So about 2 years ago, a friend of mine had moved into his own apartment. The sofa that was in it was old and worn, so he decided that he would try and find a new one in better condition. He asked me to help him look for one, as my dad had a van, and we would need to use that to transport the sofa, so we went on Craigslist to have a look at what other people had for sale. We came across one ad that stated a 3-seater cream leather sofa, great condition, free to first viewer. There was a picture of it, and it looked to be in perfect shape. Now, the ad had been up for a week, so we thought that maybe it was already gone, and that they just hadn't taken it down yet. So my friend contacted the seller, and nearly instantly got a reply saying that they still had the sofa, and that it was available if we wanted to collect it. I was a bit wary that it was still available. I mean, a free sofa in perfect condition that had been up for a week, and no one had taken it yet? We thought that maybe there was something wrong with it that could only be noticed when viewing the sofa in person that was maybe hidden in the pictures. It was a weekend, and we had no plans, so we decided that we would go and check it out. My friend contacted the seller back again and organized a time and place to meet up. They decided on a local McDonald's car park at 9 p.m. as the seller said he was at work until 8 p.m. and would need time to get ready after that. The seller said he would be driving a green Honda Accord with a trailer. So we pulled up to the McDonald's car park about 8:50. There were loads of people around, so we had no reason to think that we would be in any danger or anything. At about 8:55, my friend got a text saying that the seller was about 15 minutes away, and they asked him to describe what vehicle we were in, so we described the van. About 5 minutes after he had texted the seller saying what vehicle we were in, an overweight man around 50 years old with a gray, scruffy beard and greasy hair approached the driver's side window of the van, which was my side. He was wearing a plain white t-shirt and what looked like food stains all over it, with black jeans with holes torn in them, and dried mud stains all over, along with a pair of black, steel-toed boots, also covered in dried mud. He knocked on my window, so I rolled it down a bit. "You boys here for the sofa?" he said in a gravelly voice. It sounded like he needed to cough, but couldn't get it out. Yeah?" I said to him. "Rob's car is broken down just the road, and his phone battery has died. I was with him and I walked up to get to you guys. He's with the car waiting for AAA, but you can come down and collect the sofa off of him." Me and my friend both looked at each other, unsure of what to think. "Can I get in the van and we'll go back to Rob together?" the guy asked. "How far down the road is he?" I asked right before he replied, "Not too far, but I need to show you where to go." At this stage, my friend pretended to get a phone call. "Hello? Yes? Oh, no way, really? We'll be right there," he said before pretending to hang up his phone. He looked at me and said, "We gotta go. My dad needs us to help him with a flat tire." I nodded, knowing that it was a fake call for us to get the heck away from this creepy dude. "Hey man, we'll just contact you tomorrow about the sofa." The guy just stared at us as I rolled up my window and we started to drive away. My friend and I looked at each other. "That was creepy. I got really bad vibes off that guy," my friend said. "Definitely," I replied to him. We decided to drive around to the back of the car park to see if we could find out what the guy was up to. We could see him standing in the same spot where we had left him, and he was on the phone. He put his phone down, and about 2 minutes after that, a car pulled up with 3 men in it, and he got in. My friend's phone started ringing, and it was the number of Rob, the guy who was supposedly giving away the sofa. He answered, "Hey, can you meet tomorrow, and I can hold on to the sofa for you until then?" As he was on the phone, I noticed one of the men in the car that had collected the creepy guy was also on the phone. My friend told Rob that he would contact him tomorrow, that he was busy and couldn't talk on the phone right now. At the same time that my friend hung up the phone, the guy who was in the car also finished his phone call. At this point, I explained to my friend that there probably was no car that had broken down and that the creepy guy was trying to lure us somehow so that the guys in the car could do God knows what to us. We drove home and my friend blocked the number of Rob, and we never heard from them again. We reported the ad, and it was removed the next day. I have these dreams sometimes. Sometimes they're warnings, and other times they're just odd. I started noticing that they weren't normal when I was about 8, and I started having the same dream every night. My parents were freshly divorced, and my mom had moved into this yellow house. The heater didn't work, and every window was broken. She wouldn't allow us near the windows because she was afraid we'd get cut. This house was mostly normal during the day. The buzz of the fan above the stove while Mom cooks, me and my sister playing, the TV on, just seemed normal. But every night, that dream would come back. It wasn't a bad dream, just one that I really don't get. A native man, who looked like he was probably a chief based on the headdress, would walk into the house through the front door. He would look at me for a long time before opening every cabinet and drawer, and then would exit through the back door. I had this dream for a week or two before telling my mom. But I went to her one day and I said, every night I have a dream that someone opens all the drawers, cabinets, and doors, and it's really starting to creep me out. She looked at me and told me that she had woke up and had to shut every door and cabinet and drawer that morning. Then, when I was about 10, my uncle was hospitalized. All of our family was staying together in one house so that we could all help each other out. Our uncle was a big part of our lives and really kept the family together. The adults went to visit him, and all us kids stayed home with one adult who stayed behind. When they came back, they told us very little about my uncle's condition. They just said he can't wait to be back home. That night, I dreamt that I went alone to find out what had really happened. I walked into the hospital room where my uncle was and I said, "Hey uncle, it's me, your niece. How are you?" And he said, "Who are you? I don't have any family. I don't remember them." I spent the rest of the dream trying to convince him that I was real. It smelled like hand sanitizer and old people. I woke up crying and screaming. I don't know why, but I knew it wasn't just a dream. So I asked my mom and aunt, "Why did you lie to me? Uncle doesn't even remember us." They asked me how I knew. I dreamt another time that my mom was wearing all red. She was so confident and pretty, and I remember telling her in the dream that she looked really nice. And then her boyfriend came out. He started fighting with her, asking why she was wearing that slutty color. "Are you cheating on me? You know I'll kill you if you do, right? Now you know what? I don't want to be with a woman that dresses like that. Have fun being single." I woke back up, and she was wearing all red. I begged her to change. I said, "Mom, something bad is going to happen," because I remembered how much she loved him, even if I hated him. She didn't listen, and a few minutes later I was hearing, "Are you cheating on me? You know I'll kill you if you do, right?" All over again. Things like this stopped for a while. Everything was peaceful, and I didn't read into dreams too much. Until last year, anyway. Last year I had a strange dream that my current boyfriend was in. At the time of this dream, we were only acquaintances. We had just barely met. The dream was unlike any of the others, because I wasn't all the way asleep while I was having it, and I found that I could not move. Other things happened too, but I'll get into that later. The dream starts with me walking to the bathroom because I had to pee. Then I make the decision to leave the bathroom door open because no one is home. I have the quick thought to myself, "Don't leave that door open," but I ignore it. It's gotten to the point where it's time for me to clean up and wash my hands, but when I look out the door as I'm about to get up, I see my current boyfriend. His head is tilted to the side, and he's saying, "She's here." He says it very creepily and matter-of-fact-like, but it doesn't sound like him at all. He continues and repeats himself. I say, "Who? Who is here?" But when I engage in the conversation he's trying to have, what he says changes. He starts saying, "Her heart is here." At that point, across the hall from the bathroom, my bedroom door swings open to show me a little girl. But she's not a little girl at all. She took my voice. I tried calling out for everyone. My dad, my sister, the neighbors. Nothing would come out until I called for my mother. But calling for my mother was useless. She lived an hour and a half away. I woke up calling for her. I figured it was a sign to visit, but we weren't on the best terms. Anyway, around the time Halloween was supposed to be celebrated, my cats started acting really weird in my room. I started feeling uncomfortable staying in there. I couldn't breathe in there after that dream. My cats would scratch at the walls, and sometimes would hiss at my closet for no reason. On Halloween night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the dreams I was gonna have, so I took NyQuil and passed out in a record 17 minutes. I figured I'd be asleep all through the night, but I woke up at 3 a.m. I saw someone standing next to my closet. It looked like my mom, but I wasn't sure. I shut my eyes and refused to open them because I was terrified. When I woke up, without telling my mom anything about what had happened, I asked her what she had dreamt of. And she told me, "I dreamt I was standing next to your closet. Something's not right about that closet. Maybe you should come visit for a while and give yourself some space from there." I want to make it very clear, I never told her anything about this closet. I didn't tell her that I saw her when she dreamt she was there. I didn't tell her about the girl. I didn't tell her about the cats. So I came to visit after about a month, around Thanksgiving. I had been sleeping in Dad's living room or going to friends to avoid my bedroom. I couldn't wait to sleep in a bed. Everything at Mom's was wonderful. We had movie night, talked about things, and just got caught up. So when I came back to Dad's, I actually hadn't slept. I was so happy to be at Mom's, I had just stayed up the whole time. So when I got back, I was pretty exhausted. I went to my room because I was feeling better about it. I turned on my nightlight, still terrified of the dark, and opened my bedroom door. I will die in a fire before I shut that door when I'm inside the room, and laid down to go to sleep. Instantly, the dream took me, before I was even all the way gone. I felt someone hug me and start to kiss my neck. It felt like someone I knew, and I wasn't bothered by it. But the second I relaxed into the hug, it got tighter and tighter until I couldn't breathe. I realized my nightlight wasn't on anymore, and the faint glow from the hallway wasn't much. But it was enough for me to see the closet door open and these odd creatures come out. Short, undefined. Any lines that defined them were just white lines on their shadowy bodies. I felt that they were going to hurt me, and again I was terrified, but I just woke up, and then it was over. I looked over though, and I realized that my closet door was still open, and my nightlight was off, even though I had shut that door and turned the light on beforehand. This happened a couple of weeks ago, and I'm still in disbelief. Little background, I work second shift and get off late at night, where cops are on the hunt for drunk drivers. Quite literally, like the title says, I was driving home from work when I pulled up to a red light. With me at the light was a police officer, nothing too out of the ordinary, but after the light turned and they sped off, I maintained a decent tail on the cop, never taking my eyes off of them. With me at the light was a police officer, nothing too out of the ordinary, but after the light turned and they sped off, I maintained a decent tail on them, never taking my eyes off the car. I cannot stress the fact that that isn't an over-exaggeration, because I for sure did not stop looking at the cop car. Eventually I caught up to the car and boom, it was just a normal car. I never saw another car join us on the road. Nobody passed me, and nobody left the road. The cop car didn't turn off, and I didn't lose sight of the car. I obviously wasn't under the influence of anything save caffeine, which I'm accustomed to. It's honestly freaking me out, still. I haven't posted this here before, but I have commented about this incident in other posts. But having recently found this subreddit, I think it definitely fits in here. It was a couple of years ago. I was visiting my parents who still live in the same house that I grew up in. The day I came home, Mum told me that my old school bus driver had passed away the day before. I'd been very fond of him and would often bump into him before I had moved out of that town, as he lived in the same neighborhood as ours. So when Mum told me about his passing away, it was a heart attack, she said, I was quite upset, and I distinctly remember every detail about the conversation that I had with my mum about this. Later that evening, when I was out on a run, I noticed a little blue flyer by the park with his photograph and details of the funeral and a prayer meeting. A couple of days later, I was out buying groceries from the market, when I saw him standing outside a shop, looking very much alive. I was confused AF, and wondered if he had a twin brother. Either way, I didn't stop to chat. Later at home, when I told my mom what happened, she looked really confused and said that she never told me that he had died. I was naturally annoyed and tried to help her recall the conversation and told her about the flyer at the park. She asked me if I was okay, because she was sure as hell that she did not say any such thing about his death. So I go out to walk by the park to see if the flyer is still there, and it wasn't. I was extremely confused by this point, but having no logical explanation to offer, I decided to dismiss it. Not for long, though. A few days later, my holiday had come to an end, and I had returned back to the city where I work. Exactly a day later, I get a call from my mum saying that my bus driver had passed away that morning, and that it had been a heart attack. I couldn't believe it, and I figured that my mom was a bit freaked out too, 'cause she sounded a bit shaky. Not knowing what else to say, I asked her to check if a blue flyer with details of his funeral and prayer meetings was up at the park, whenever she could step out for a walk. Later that evening, she confirmed that there was a blue flyer with those details and his picture. Mom dismissed it as a coincidence and has never spoken of this incident again. Whenever I have tried to remind her, she says she doesn't recall all the details, but I know it's not true, and that she does remember this. It's just so freaky, and I get the chills every time I think about it. I just haven't been able to explain what happened. This happened in October of 2019. So it was a weekend, and I figured it would be a good idea to get out of town for the day and introduce my girlfriend to my mom for the first time. She lives out on the plains on 40 acres. The house and land are a fourth of a mile off the road into the field, with our long driveway dividing the land of two neighbors. We arrived around noon, and my brother and his wife also happened to be out there visiting that day, so I introduced the girlfriend to everyone and the dogs. I noticed that the loudest and most obnoxious dog, the beagle, didn't come to greet us, and my mom explained that the previous night she went to grab something from the truck, and on her way in the dog had darted out the door and ran off into the field, and still hadn't come back. This isn't all that uncommon for a dog to run off in the night and come back a couple of days later. Later that day, my mom recalls that her and my nieces were woken up around 1 a.m. to all the dogs howling and barking non-stop, just going nuts. Eventually they stop, and everyone gets to go back to sleep. We continue to have a nice quiet day out in the middle of nowhere for a few more hours, when we notice that this hawk has been flying around the same spot all day in the field. So my brother and his wife go to check it out, while I mess around doing something else. A few minutes later, my brother comes back and tells me he found the missing beagle, but something is wrong. I should go check it out before telling my mom. I follow my brother out into the field, expecting to find a dead dog. As we were walking, I see a spot of blood and think it was probably Coyote's. He shows me a trail of blood that leads to a larger puddle and another trail. The dog seems to have been drug around some. The trail led to an area in the field where the dog lay. As soon as I saw the dog, something looked wrong about the scene. All the plants around him were trampled, and something looked different about him. I took a few more steps, and I realized that he was missing skin. This wasn't just a few bits missing from a fight or birds picking at him. The only fur or skin left on him was his head, tail, and paws, with very distinguished straight lines where he had been skinned. Some sick fuck had killed, skinned, and taken the pelt of our dog in the middle of the night, only a couple of 100 feet from the front door. Of course we called the cops. They took 2 hours to arrive. They took pictures. We looked around the area and noticed tire tracks, but we couldn't tell how old they were. We also found a pile of horse shit that looked pretty fresh close by. Did whoever did this ride a horse out there? To this day, the cops have never followed up with anything, and nothing else has happened. Nature cams were installed, and fences have been mended so dogs can't get out, but we still have no idea who did it. I came across the pictures on my phone today, and can't seem to bring myself to delete them. I get sleep paralysis, and it's always the same thing. A pair of young twins would appear. One was in a little dress and pigtails, the other with suspenders and slacks. They never talked, let alone gave me their names, so I called them Tammy and Tucker. They had black skin. Not like African American skin, but black as the night, barely more than a living shadow, with yellow eyes that flickered. The way that they moved was just freaky. They changed positions with my every blink, like a weeping angel, or SCP-173. For the first hour, or 5 blinks after I woke up, there was nothing but the darkness of my room. Then my vision would get slightly lighter, like I had an invisible nightlight that just lit up my whole room. On the next blink, my closet door would open, with a little clawed hand peeping out like it had been in the middle of clawing its way out of the dark depths of my closet. On the next, a hand would appear on the floor under my bed, and the one in my closet would be a full arm. My bed had about a foot of space under it, so I imagine a small child would have no trouble fitting underneath. On the next blink, the hand under my bed would be flipped, frozen in time in the middle of clawing at my bedsheets, and I would see Tammy's head poking out of my closet, staring at me. On the next blink, I would see Tucker's head poking out of the underside of my bed, and Tammy would have moved onto the ceiling, on all fours, her head broken around, just to stare at me. And then, on the next blink, Tucker's head would be upright, his chin resting on my bed, staring at me with his flickering eyes, and Tammy would be closer. On the next, Tucker would be at the foot of my bed, on his knees, staring at me, and I would be able to feel his weight. Tammy would be in the middle of my room. On the next, Tucker would be sitting on my thighs, and Tammy would be at my bedside. And on the final blink, I would see their mouths open almost as wide as their heads, revealing rows upon rows of pearly white teeth curved like daggers, ready to sink into my flesh, so close to me that I could feel their breath, cold as ice, on my face. Then, with the last blink, they would be gone. No traces of them left, except for the bruises that appeared on my legs the following morning. One of the many reasons I would have trouble falling asleep is that once the paralysis started, my eyes wouldn't allow me to surpass the amount of time that the twins wanted me for, and I couldn't just rapidly blink for them to go away. It was as though my eyes were being held open against my will. Once the paralysis wore off, about 4 blinks after the twins left, I wouldn't be able to make a sound until I drifted off to sleep. This happened about 15 years ago. I woke up that day feeling really odd, and my very good friend back then called me and said that she woke up also feeling weird, so I told her to come over. We couldn't shake this strange feeling off. Something just felt weird, but we couldn't put a finger on it. We decided to go out in the evening, and when we were walking through Piccadilly Circus in London, something crazy happened. The closest thing that I could compare it to would be that we ended up in this see-through bubble, and everything around us paused for about 3 seconds, and we were, me and her, in sort of slow motion while we were in that bubble. And then snap, and everything went back to normal, but we stood there looking at each other completely and utterly freaked out, as we both experienced the same thing. We just stood there in shock, thinking, what the fuck just happened? We were so shaken by this that we had 1 drink in the bar and decided to go home. She went to mine as she didn't want to be alone, so we took the train back, and while we were walking to my house, we heard a gunshot, and that bullet passed me by 1 inch and went into a car that was parked next to us on the side of the road. I literally felt it touch my hair while flying past me. There was a guy in the car who got out and started screaming and panicking as the bullet hit the side door, and we stood there petrified, thinking, what the fuck is happening today? We then ran off and sprinted all the way to my house. The area I used to live in back then is one of the safest areas in London. It was by St. Catherine's Docks by Tower Hill, so whoever is from London can relate. Also, gun crime in the UK is very rare, pretty much below 0, so this whole incident just didn't make any sense. I don't know whether it was related to the slow motion thing earlier and the world pausing, but I couldn't help but think to myself that if I had walked there a second earlier, I would have gotten hit. This happened some time ago. I'm now a 23-year-old female, but I was around 14 or 15 when this occurred in a sizable city in the UK. Even now as a young adult, I am very tiny, standing at 4'9". As a 14-year-old, I was roughly this height, if not a bit smaller. I used to adore going to my local library, and I still do today. But back then, I used to go all the time, quite a few times a week, especially during the holidays. My local library had a large amount of computers that were accessible to those holding a membership, including myself, and at that age, we did not have the internet at home, as my mother encouraged us to use the libraries instead. As a kid, I hated it, but now I think it was a really good idea on her part. Anyway, on this particular day, I was on the computer finishing some homework and checking Facebook. It was very quiet, and I had around an hour to go of my online session when an older man sat down to log into the computer next to mine. I took no notice, but out of the corner of my eye, I began to see that he was looking at me. He stood out by a mile, dressed in a white suit with a white hat. No one in my city dressed like that, especially in the middle of summer. One thing to consider. I looked very young, probably younger than my 14 years, but I had developed quite a lot that summer. Outwards more than upwards, unfortunately for me, and my slightly too small t-shirt and jeans were probably what drew him to look at me. Creep. As a friendly kid, I looked over at him and smiled one of those tight-lipped smiles of acknowledgement. I was beginning to get uncomfortable, but I knew if he said or did something, the staff, who knew me very well, would intervene. However, he didn't say anything. He simply kept glancing over in my direction. Eventually, he logged out of his computer and began writing on a notepad. He then ripped off a piece of paper and slipped it to me, now very obviously staring at me. I didn't respond. I didn't even look at the paper. I knew he had written his phone number. He stood up and began walking to the stairs to exit the floor, occasionally turning around to stare a bit longer. Some of the people on the computers opposite me had noticed and were watching me sympathetically. I can't remember exactly how long the exchange took. I've described it fairly quickly, but he could have been staring at me for nearly half an hour. As he disappeared from sight, I grabbed the piece of paper, ripped it up, and threw it in the nearby bin. I felt quite proud of myself. I could deal with creeps. Younger me was a bit big-headed. I never saw him in the library after that. There was a library closer to my house that I frequented more often during that summer, so whether or not he turned up at the city library again to look for me, I don't know. That wasn't the last time I saw him, though. A few months later, I was on the bus, although I can't remember where I was going, and he stepped on. Still in his white suit, white hat, the works. I stiffened and stared out of the window, hoping he wouldn't notice me. He did, and he stared, but he walked past me. When I got off the bus, I kept my eyes fixed on the street, making sure not to look at the bus in case I looked at him. After that, I didn't see him anywhere again. I regret not keeping that piece of paper. In hindsight, I should have. It was definitely his number, although he could have also written his name. He was clearly a predator and should have been reported. I don't know why I didn't, and I don't know why I didn't tell anyone, although I guess that was because nothing bad had happened. I lived in my hometown for another 6 years before going to university in another city. However, university is now ended for me, and I've returned home wary of creeps. I know this wasn't very scary. I've had other small creep stories, all based in the same city, funnily enough, and they're not scary per se, just uncomfortable. So, man in white, let's not meet again. So, I've always had hyper-realistic dreams. I also have always believed that my dreams are how God talks to me. I know that sounds a little crazy. Regardless, the other night I had a dream that I believe is a sign. I also should say that my walk in faith has been wavering in the past year, and I've also been going to see psychics a few times a year since last December. Anyway, to the dream. I believe I was on a road trip with a couple of my buddies. We stopped at a little diner in a small town that had a psychic, gimmicky store attached to it. I was waiting for my friends to use the bathroom, and when they both came out, they both said that they wanted to go and do a reading. I said all right, and that I would wait for them to be done. They went through this black-lit corridor through a purple-curtained doorway. They came back out not too long after, all smiling and cheerful. They told me that I should do a reading, but something didn't feel right. I've always been sensitive to energies in general, but there was something about this place. They kept tugging me when all of a sudden the psychic came out. Immediately, all the alarms were going off in my head. She came up to me and got really close to my face. She had these bulging eyes, and her face was full of super white makeup, really heavy eyeshadow and eyeliner. Her hair was a fire truck red, and slicked back into a bun with feathers and things sticking up. She was really freaking me out, but I was like, alright, whatever, so we start. She grabs me by the shoulders, and we make very intense eye contact, and she starts telling me a bunch of things like I have the gift, something that I already know. And we start backing away almost like a dance, and then we both get on all fours and drop down on our bellies, and she starts to slither toward me. Literally, slithering, without using her hands. This is when I know something is actually really up. I stop everything. I stand up, and am telling her that I'm done. She is still slithering toward me. She then slithers all the way up my body until her face meets mine. Then she says, "Let me show you the way." I say no. This makes her super angry, and she picks me up by my throat and keeps chanting, "Let me show you the way, let me show you the way." She starts running with me in her hand, and the room keeps elongating, so she keeps running. Then snakes start coming out of her sides, and they burrow into my skin. I feel the pain of them digging into me and biting me. I'm grabbing onto her wrists, and I scream, "No! There is only one way. God is the way." And I scream this while making eye contact, and she starts screaming bloody murder. And I get the strength to gouge out her eyes with my thumbs. More snakes and spiders begin pouring from her eye sockets, and I scream that again, that God is the way. And that's when I woke up. I'm from Norway, and I'm fortunate to travel a lot. During my travels, I've seen the same dad and son on 3 different occasions, 3 different continents, in 3 different decades. And they looked exactly the same each time. So the first time I saw them was in New York, back in 1999. I took an escalator in a mall near Times Square. I was going down, they were going up. All 3 of us stared at each other until I reached the bottom, and they, the top. Fast forward to 2009. I'm in Rome with my family, and in a new mall, new escalator. I see them again. They look exactly the same, and I realized that I had seen them before. And we do the same thing. Stare until I reach the bottom, and they, the top. Fast forward again, this time to Dubai in 2019. I'm at the Dubai Mall, and you guessed it, there they are. This time it looked like they recognized me too. They just stared at me different, like they didn't want me to see them. They both looked very serious and almost angry. This time I felt super uncomfortable because I immediately recognized them. And this is 20 years after I saw them the first time, which raises a few questions. First of all, why do I keep seeing them in the exact same situation? Why don't they age? Is it just a coincidence? Why always on the escalator? And why do they stare at me until I'm out of sight? The weird thing is that in the malls I've seen them in, you usually walk around for a few hours, but I've never seen them anywhere else besides the escalator. Also, the son looks to be around 14 or 15. That's why it's so easy to see that they hadn't aged a bit. Kid was still 14 or 15, 20 years later. I posted this in a UFO subreddit, as I was not sure what a crawler was until after doing a bit of research. There's a possibility that what I saw that night may have been a crawler as much as it could have been an alien. I never saw a UFO, but I saw an entity mostly associated with UFOs. I grew up in the USSR, in now northern Belarus, until I was 13 years old. 37 years ago, my mother and I saw an entity outside looking in at us through the window. It was hairless, pale white, huge, bulging black eyes, and it had teeth that were very small, very well spaced, skinny, and pointed, almost like an anglerfish. We hid for hours until we heard my father return home. We both looked out to see the being stand up from behind a wall. It was much taller than a human. It was hiding back there behind that wall, and I believe that it was waiting for us to come outside. My father drove up the driveway, and we saw the silhouette of its body from the back. It was hunched over, staring at the car. My father saw it in the headlights, and what it looked like, perfectly. He drove at it, and it ran away into the brush around the house. It never made a sound. It seemed smart but cautious, and the overwhelming feeling that I got that night was that it was vicious and violent. My parents spoke with the police, as we were so horrified about the encounter. After speaking to the police or the KGB, we were relocated and forced to never speak of the event to anyone. Within 30 hours, I was living in a new home nearly 100 kilometers away. I have searched for so many years for an explanation. I've spoken to government officials in Belarus. I have had interviews with people who lived near our home then, about 10 years ago. I have no answers. A few days ago, I started writing a script for a horror film. I was thinking about my experiences as a kid and what frightened me. The scariest thing that I remember is the first thing that came to mind, and also the most recent one that I can recall. When I was 7 or 8, in the middle of summer, I woke up in the middle of the night. I thought it was because I was cold, which was uncomfortably odd because it was summer, and my bedroom is upstairs and insulated. I moved my curtain aside to see if the window was open, but it was closed tight. While I was looking at the window, I noticed a man standing in the street. The street lamp was on his back, so I couldn't see his face, but he was looking toward our house. What I noticed was that he was very tall. I think now that he was probably around 6'7". It scared the crap out of me, so I pulled the curtain over the window and used the tacks from one of my posters to tack the curtain down, since the window didn't lock. I covered my head with my covers, because I knew that my dad would say it was a nightmare and give me a hug before sending me back to bed. I eventually did fall back asleep, but a few hours later, I woke up again. It was still very dark out, probably around 1 a.m. The first thing I noticed was my bedroom door was open, and I always shut my bedroom door because I'm a very private person. I got out of bed and went to go to the bathroom. I made sure as I was leaving the bathroom to close my door. Once I was done, as I was going up the stairs, I noticed that my door was open. At this point, I was pretty freaked out. I went into my room, and my heart dropped into my stomach. My bedspread was torn from my bed. The sheets were strewn across the floor. All my pictures and posters were taken off the walls, and the dresser was emptied onto my bed. I went into my sister's room because it was right across the hall. I felt even worse when I did this because she was fast asleep and all the papers had been pulled out of her desk. I woke her up, shaking her as hard as I could. I told her what had happened, and we both ran downstairs to my dad's room. He helped us search the house, but we didn't find anything. Nothing had been taken, and my sister and I's rooms were the only ones that had been trashed. We both slept in the living room for a few days, because it was by my dad's room, but nothing happened, so we went back to life as normal, and eventually forgot about it, until now. This story happened around 4 years ago when I was 15 years old and we had just moved into this house. We live in a very small tourist town. It's cool K through 12 in one building, population of 700, not during tourist season kind of small. There was this weird druggie that everyone knew and hated. He lived in one of his parents' houses and didn't pay rent, so they decided to kick him out. My parents were friends with the family and helped take care of his kids when he couldn't, so we were on pretty good terms. They gave the druggie, I'll just call him D for short, 30 days to move out for failing to pay a single rent check in his miserable life. We weren't doing very well at all financially and needed somewhere to stay or rent. We began talking to D's parents about the house, and they said we could begin renting to buy as soon as he moved out. The 30-day mark came around, and we asked D if he was ready, and he acted like he knew nothing about what we were talking about. His parents said they were just going to give him some extra days and help him move his stuff, so we waited another month. At this point, the current place we were staying in we had to move out of in a few days. We went to the house and went inside to see all of D's stuff still there. We decided we couldn't wait, and just bagged his stuff up and told him to pick it up. Fast forward about a year. We always heard scurrying, like mice and stuff in the ceiling. But we have a ton of strange animals like mice, snakes, lizards, chinchillas, etc. One of our 4 snakes went missing from its closed tank with the clips holding down the lid. There were no holes anywhere to be found. We didn't think anything of it, but it was a bit strange. Eventually, we started hearing louder sounds, and our dad said it was just the house settling. Stuff was disappearing from the fridge, electrical bills went up, we smelt smoke, etc. Us kids got blamed for all of it, and got our phones taken, and my PC was taken away. But the power bill was still up. I also got blamed for smoking in the house, which my parents had no reason to believe or prompt this accusation, so I was grounded until graduation. I was mad now because I did not smoke in our house. I was unbelievably bored one day not being able to do anything, so I decided to explore our attic. I opened the door and screamed. My mom then came right up the ladder ready to beat me and saw it too. A bed, microwave, mini fridge, cigarettes, unsmoked blunt, etc. Guess who? It's D. He then came back that night, through my little sister's window. He was higher than I have ever seen a person be, and admitted to a bunch of stuff that we recorded. He took the snake and let it loose to get rid of the mice. He smoked in our house. He snuck in through my little sister's room every night. In court, he then admitted to making a small hole in the floor of the attic to watch my 11-year-old sister sleep. We changed all the locks, got a Ring doorbell, placed higher security locks on all the windows, and more. And the worst part of it all? The creep only got 6 months probation for marijuana possession, which wasn't yet legal in my state at the time. He got only 1 year of prison for breaking and entering for an entire year, almost every day. He did, however, have to pay a pretty heavy fine for damages and had to pay us back a year's worth of our electric bill. We are now out of debt, and my parents are living steadily because he finally finished paying all the fines to us. My sister has to go to a therapist twice a week and might never get a good night's sleep again. This happened around 2006 or 7. There is, this guy, I'll call him Dean here, who's widely known in my small village. Dean was a drug addict, but managed somehow to work and build a family. But his addiction got worse, and eventually I got the news that he died in a mixed drugs overdose. We, friends and my then boyfriend, talked on a few different occasions about his death, how it was somehow foreseeable that he would die, and so on. Not long after he passed, like 2 months, I had just opened our pub at 4 p.m. and Dean walks in. He didn't look great, but he also didn't look dead. He noticed my facial expression and got slightly pissed as to why I was looking at him in such a way, so I quickly shook it off and served him. Later that evening when my boyfriend arrived, I asked him what was going on with Dean, that he should be 6 feet under, but he said that he had no knowledge about Dean being dead, or that we had had talks about it. I asked them if maybe I confused him with someone else's death who we all knew and we were talking about, but they denied having knowledge of someone else's death. Funny part is that after this happened, Dean got rid of his addiction and got his shit together. A glitch which happened earlier, around 2004, where my same as above boyfriend and best friend and I went to Berlin for 3 days. We rented a room for 3 in a little lo-fi hotel. So the first evening, it was Friday, we went out and looked for a location to have a good time. Locals guided us to a known party street where usually a lot of people were out, but for some unknown reason, nothing was going on that night at all. Only a few people were there. We still decided to bar hop and have a good time, just us 3. We drank a lot of tequila and water, and after we got kicked out of a bar, only for the reason that the owner disliked our nationality, we left this street and walked up to a kebab where we ate and drank even more, and then decided to head towards our hotel. We did, and the next thing I clearly remember was that we entered a really tiny, cozy bar which was plastered in red velvet and had all dimmed down lights. I think even the carpeting was velvet. We had funny talks with the older locals, men and women, inside, and they were thrilled about our language when we talked to each other. At one point, I felt too drunk and said to my companions that I wanted to go to bed. They felt the same, and we left. I then literally stormed away along this street, thinking our hotel was about 1 kilometer or so away, and I wanted to hurry. But after I went like this for about 20 meters, my companions yelled after me so that I would come back, because our hotel seemed to be right next door to that bar. Really, really next. Like next in the way of the bar door and the hotel door were about 20 centimeters away from each other. We didn't notice the bar when we arrived, and when we left the hotel earlier that day. Well confused, we went in and slept. The next day at noon, when we went out, there was no bar at all next to our hotel. Not even its door. And it didn't show up the following night either. We are still talking about this, and at least this time my friend and former boyfriend seem to remember the same things. My grandparents died about 10 years ago. They both died peacefully of old age and left an old house in a countryside. That house has a lot of great memories. My best Christmas and birthdays. Despite that, recently I've started having nightmares that would always have the house in them. Sometimes someone's chasing me, other times there are ghosts. It's always basically a horror movie scenario. Being religious, I thought it was about time to visit my grandparents' graves and light a candle. It's about a 3-hour drive, so I decided to visit them and crash at their house for the night. Well, I'm never doing that again. It was still bright outside when I arrived. I went inside to open the windows and clean up a bit. That's when I heard a weird sound. It was as if someone was walking in the room, but no one was there except me. I was spooked, but I convinced myself that there must be rats or other creatures in the attic. I managed to stay calm and rational, and spent the rest of the evening watching YouTube in bed. That's when the fun started. The internet connection is terrible there. You kinda have to walk around the room to catch 4G like some sort of Wi-Fi. Like many times before, my internet lagged, and I ended up sitting in silence. This is when I heard it, loud and clear. There was someone in the kitchen, and they turned on the light switch. I was sure it was that switch, because whenever you turn on the light in the kitchen, it made this loud click sound. I literally froze. I was in the middle of nowhere, and I was about to be killed by some maniac. All the knives were in the kitchen too, and I only had pepper spray in my bag. Then the intruder started walking, slow steps as if they were just wandering around. I thought I will die from fear, and I didn't know for how long that I was frozen, but it really did feel like forever. I was literally waiting to be killed. I don't know how much more time passed, but it was long enough that my muscles started spasming from being so intense and not moving. I gathered all courage, hoping that the intruder had left, and somehow managed to go to the kitchen. The light was on as expected, but the person had already left. I ran to the door, expecting to see it wide open, but to my surprise, it was shut down and locked, as I had left it. There was no sign of entry. I'm never going back alone. I work on oil rigs. I have ever since I was 20, and I'm 33 now. In 2007, I was working for Nomad Drilling. They have since sold out to Patterson, and we were drilling in the Haynesville for natural gas. Anyone who works on rigs knows that the work can take you way off the beaten path from what normal civilization is used to. Some places, you're on ranch roads for an hour before you reach the location, and others you're driving on roads canopied by trees in the backwoods of Louisiana. This happened to me in the latter. We were rigging down after finishing a well, and we were on our last night of the 7-day hitch. About halfway through our 12-hour tower. We had pretty much finished, and were making sure everything was tied down securely for the rig move. We killed the light plants, and the driller let us knock off early. This area was accessible outside Houghton, Louisiana, and the lease was actually on the back of the Barksdale AF base, but we had to leave the way we came in. Driving home at 2 in the morning seemed pretty normal at first, and I made it to the blacktop with no issues. The blacktop was still canopied by trees, and other than the lights from my truck, everything was pitch black. Out of nowhere, still basically in the middle of nowhere, this thing appears almost close enough to get hit on my driver's side. Okay, weird. But even more strange, he was leaning at what I swear was an impossible angle for someone to not tip over. Its hands were stretched, reaching towards my truck, and what I could see of the face was morbid and twisted. The hairs on the back of my neck raised, and I gasped it to speed back closer to society. It was about a 2-hour drive home, and I felt off for the rest of the trip. More oddly, I was working over on a separate occasion with one of the crews that work when I'm home, and another hand was talking about a very similar, if not identical, experience. I don't know who or what I saw, and the face could have been a blur from relative distance, speed, and the time I actually saw them. But who is out that late, and why? If someone was broken down, I could see them trying to flag me. But this didn't seem to be the case here. One of my best friends and I really don't know how we ended up in each other's lives. And no, I don't mean in a cutesy, "where did I find you?" type of way. I mean that neither of us remember how we got to where we are in our relationship. We met as teens through mutual friends, but were never more than friendly acquaintances at most. Next thing I know, 10 years later, I'm involved in her wedding. She's a bridesmaid at mine. We're at each other's houses multiple times each week, and I even visited her and her daughter in hospital hours after she gave birth. We are super involved in each other's lives, which isn't unusual for close girlfriends. The problem is that there are big, serious details missing. It's like there's a 2 to 3 year gap where lots of important stuff happened that we just don't remember at all. I don't remember meeting her husband, or buying her house. I don't remember the first time I was in said house. And I don't remember her physically changing, despite the fact that she lost a lot of weight and became very involved in working on her appearance. She doesn't remember showing me her house either, or me being anything other than what I am to her now. We just don't know how we got here. It doesn't seem all that important or mind-blowing, but it really unsettles me when I think about it or when we chat about it. It's like there's something to it that I can't quite put my finger on. We also always joke that we are polar opposites, but there might be something to that. At one time, somewhere between our two weddings, I was extremely torn about our relationship. I found her to be so extremely abrasive as a person, but didn't once question the relationship. It's like I just accepted it because she was my best friend. I don't know quite how to explain how it felt. But aside from this, our differences are of the severity that, at the age we were during this gap, we are sure that we would have gotten in the way of us ever being close friends. Was she replaced? Was I replaced? Are my previous memories false? I just don't know. Full disclosure, I have had issues with depression and anxiety in the past, which have their own effects on memory. However, this wasn't affecting me during that part of my life, and I don't have anything similar with any other part of my life. Also, it doesn't explain how we're both on the same page with this. Starting with a bit of backstory, I'm a born and raised Long Islander. So are my parents. They met out east, which in Islander talk means the east end of the island. To any New York City rich kids, that means the Hamptons. But for the rest of us who are coincidentally not millionaires, it means the North Fork. Not to get geographically confusing, but Long Island is an accurately named Long Island that forks off about 3/4 of the way down the 90 miles that it stretches. It looks kind of like a fish with its mouth open, with the North Fork being where the eyes are, and the Hamptons being the jaw. Shelter Island is somewhere in the middle, like a smaller fish about to be eaten. Honestly, just save yourself a lot of contemplating and just Google it. So, my mom's family had a summer house on the North Fork. My dad's family had a house on Shelter Island. My parents met working at a summer job, and the rest is, clearly, history. But super long explanation short, I grew up getting to pretend to be bougie, because I had not one but two summer houses. Shelter Island was my favorite place. In a lot of ways, just the island itself feels magical. The only access is by ferry, and while traveling there, you feel like you're being transported into a different world. But the picture of Shelter Island in the summer is very different than the winter. In the summer, the population rises to around 20,000 people, but in the winter, no more than 2,000. There are something like 14 students in a graduating class. The people there literally dress up like each other for Halloween. This doesn't necessarily pertain to my encounter, but it's for real creepy and makes me wonder just how involved my encounter could be with the locals. So I was around 12 or 13. I had invited my best friend Lauren to come out with my family that weekend. I was so excited, as it was the first time that Lauren was able to. I remember our bathroom was being renovated, and so the only other bathroom we could use was in the dank, dark basement. That's only connection to the house was by going outside and down the stairs, and then down another set of stairs and into the basement itself. So it had to have been around 10 o'clock, and we went together to the bathroom to brush our teeth. The moon was almost full, so bright that it provided some light to an island where street lamps were few and far between. If it wasn't for the light of the moon, we probably would have passed the creature altogether without realizing, because out there you can hardly see 2 feet in front of you when it's dark. As we were coming back up the stairs, laughing about something menial, that was when we saw it. It was about 10 feet away with its back to us, lurking near my shed. We both froze, and did that thing where you take a quick breath and hold it involuntarily. That made the creature notice us. Its head whipped around, and his eyes were glowing a kind of blood red. It didn't look angry per se, but rather like a feral dog. Not knowing how to react to these 2 little girls suddenly observing it. Almost as if not to scare us, he slowly rose up to full size, which I would guess was around 7 feet. The whole time, it never broke eye contact. I felt I could fall into the pits of blood that its eyes were. It was covered in long, shaggy black hair and had legs like that of a beast. After standing there, frozen in horror, for at least a full minute, all the while in the middle of this staring contest, we both regained control of our feet and ran up the stairs, screaming for my parents. We told my dad repeatedly that we had seen a werewolf, and he went out first, and we followed. He quickly dismissed it and went back inside, a bit disgruntled. I could have sworn that I saw a bush nearby to where it had been move. Over the years, I've had many theories, one of which is that the natives who lived on the island before the white man are responsible, as shape-shifting legends are prevalent in indigenous peoples' cultures. However, skinwalkers in native legend usually choose to be so, very unlike the werewolf curse we so know and love. Maybe it's the descendants of the people who stole this land, cursed to turn under the full moon, choosing isolation to protect their secret, for 9 months out of the 12, anyway. This happened earlier last week at my sister's house. She lives about 5 minutes from me and has a 1-year-old baby girl who, when she goes to sleep, has a baby monitor in her room to make sure that everything is okay. Anyway, my sister had just finished putting my niece to sleep and I was watching her on the baby monitor. Nothing crazy, and it was during the middle of the week around 7:30 p.m. Well, my sister comes downstairs and we make some small talk while I'm on my phone. Then I randomly decide to check the baby monitor, where there is a clear view of a rocking chair in place about 3 feet away from the crib. I saw myself sitting there, wearing a t-shirt and shorts, looking down at my phone in the rocking chair. I was absolutely horrified, and I screamed to my sister about it, and it scared the crap out of her. I had never seen anything like it in my life, and I didn't know how to react. When I looked up, and she came rushing over to check the monitor, I was gone. Nothing. Just my niece sleeping in her crib in the dark. The rocking chair, totally empty. Obviously, we had to go and check on her, and I was terrified, and my sister had a bat, but no one was there but her. Nothing was out of place. I wasn't wearing what I had on that night, though. I was clearly wearing a white t-shirt and gym shorts with Nikes on. I had my glasses on, and you could see the bright cell phone screen in the dark as I hunched over to look at it. I never looked at the camera, but could tell that it was me, and I have not been able to sleep much since then. I can't get that picture out of my head, and the baby monitor doesn't record video, or else I would have gone back and looked. It's probably the craziest thing to ever happen to me in my life. I was not high, or drunk, or anything like that. It was a normal weekday after work. This happened to me when I was in high school. I was around 15, 16 years old, so it was around 2005 or 2006. Now, for context, this happened in France in a medium-sized city. I had to take one bus and one tramway, to get to my high school. It was about 45 minutes to a 1-hour trip. Usually classes start at 8:15 a.m. and the tram would be packed up with people as my high school was located next to the university and another high school. But that day my class started at 10 a.m. As a result, the tram was practically empty, which meant that I could get a seat for once. There was no seat by my side, only one seat in front of me. So I was sitting there listening to my music when a man sat down in front of me. He quickly started talking to me. I honestly don't remember what he was saying, but I was trying not to be rude as he seemed to have some sort of mild mental disability. But very quickly he started asking me out. Remember, I was underage and I definitely looked my age. He wondered if I wanted to go and get a drink. I said that I couldn't, that I had to go to class. He was very persistent. At some point he took out his wallet and offered me money. I remember him saying something like, "If it's about money, don't worry about it." He pulled out about $200 in cash. I was already creeped out by now and couldn't wait to get out of that tram, but I was also too shy to get out and sit somewhere else. That's when he pulled out a piece of paper. He was holding it in the air, and I remember him doing a motion with his head like, "Look at this" type of motion. It was an article from a newspaper that he had cut and kept inside of his wallet. I only had a few seconds to read what the article was about. All I had time to see was that something had happened to a woman. She had been assaulted. But that's it. That's all I had time to read before he put it back away. Now, as if this wasn't creepy enough, he had a giant smile on his face, like he was proud of himself, that type of smile. Whether he knew that woman or if this was a random article he for some reason decided to keep with him at all times, it's just extremely unsettling. Not only that, but showing it to a random girl? Why? The piece of paper itself looked like it's been in his wallet for some time. It was a little torn, but definitely wasn't old. I eventually arrived at my stop. He kept insisting on meeting again. I denied and quickly walked to my school. After that, I saw him again, once, a few days later. This time the tram was packed again, but I still felt the need to hide behind the people surrounding me, just in case he would see me and come talk to me again. The second time I saw him was maybe 2 or 3 years after. He looked exactly the same. I recognized him instantly. He was walking in the streets of the city and didn't see me. I realized I didn't give a physical description of the man, so here it is. He was average height, dark brown hair on the chubby side. He had glasses on, and the 3 times I saw him, he was always carrying a big backpack. The exact same military green backpack, and the same jacket. I want to preface this by saying that I generally consider myself to be a rather skeptical person, and have written off most of cryptozoology and paranormal stuff as straight up bunk until this event. I try to see if there's a realistic reasoning behind most encounters and stories, if that makes sense. Now, let's get to the meat and potatoes of this story. It was the late summer of 2005 in Northeast Ohio. I was heading into my junior year of high school. I was spending the night over at my best friend's house, and we decided for the hell of it to just go crash outside for the night, with just sleeping bags. It was a peaceful enough evening. The weather was nice, balmy, kind of warm, and the air rang with the pleasant symphony of crickets and far-off spring peepers. Skies couldn't have been more clear, as it was that special sort of feeling in the air where you were far enough away from the last time it rained that the air didn't feel heavy anymore, and actually felt inviting instead of humid and miserable. This was as close to a picturesque summer evening as you could get. Everything was blanketed in the dark blue elegance of the evening light. Falling asleep was easy enough. This was a year that mosquitoes were remarkably in pretty low numbers, making sleeping unprotected with just a sleeping bag simple for once. Eventually, as bad luck would have it, I had to answer the call of nature, so I was roused from sleep to do so. My buddy's yard was a fairly large-sized one with an area of woods bordering most of it. After finishing, I staggered back over to my sleeping bag and noticed that my friend was not in his. We were staged a few feet apart in case a bear came and got someone in the middle of the night or something. It would leave enough time for the other one to run to safety. You know, bro stuff. In any case, I catch him in my peripheral vision just kind of standing along the side of a shed that was in his yard. I wasn't kidding when I said that this night was picturesque. The sky was so unnaturally clear that the starlight and what little of the crescent moon we had left led to quite a bit of light despite being in the dead of the night itself. However, the area where we chose to pee, with the shed included, happened to be nestled along the part of the yard that was the thickest with trees, leading to a large portion of the yard still being under heavy shadow. Kind of funny to think about, isn't it? Having a well-defined area of shade in the dead of night when you expect everything to be dark. Oh, have I mentioned that at this point it was also suspiciously quiet? The idyllic chirping of the frogs and crickets that had earlier ushered me to sleep was now nowhere to be heard. I hadn't realized it when I first woke up to do my business, but it was quiet the whole time since I had woken up. Honestly, the fact that it was so quiet may have been why I woke up in the first place, on top of answering nature's call. Focusing my attention back on my friend, I'm noticing that he's still standing by the shed. He was around the corner away from me, so I had to approach him from behind, and thankfully it seemed he was going to be done using the bathroom. And thankfully it seemed he was done going to the bathroom as his pants were up. "Hey, what are you doing just standing around there?" I ask as I circle around and approach to his left. I didn't even need to wait for an answer before I immediately saw what had him frozen. Roughly about 30 feet away, hidden among the thickest area of forest in the yard, way back behind the shed, it stood. I'm not the greatest with words, so please bear with me as I try my best to describe what befell my eyes. This creature was perhaps a few inches taller than myself, and I was 6 foot at the time. However, that's where the similarities end. It stood on 2 legs with a hunched posture, as it appeared to have had its shoulders raised up with its head leaning slightly forward. It had arms, but the forearms were a bit longer than the upper arms, culminating into sickly-looking hands ending in long points, almost like claws. Though bathed in starlight and shadow, I could discern the skin of the beast was about a dark blue, dark grayish color. The head itself was mostly obscured by the shadows, but retained a general humanoid appearance. I couldn't make out a mouth or a jaw, but the most unnerving thing about it was that its eyes glowed red. Well, perhaps glowed is a bit of a sensationalist term. It actually looked more like the red eye effect from old photos. However, it definitely illuminated the area immediately around the eye sockets. So perhaps illuminate is the better term. This creature was so sickeningly frail and thin in build that there was no way it could have been a neighbor fucking with us, as it didn't even seem physically possible for something so thin to even be able to support weight on such a frame. And then it started moving. At this point, my fight-or-flight response told me to go screw myself, and I stood frozen in fear, just like my friend. The beast, already a horrific bastardization of the human form, now grotesquely bobbed its body up and down, as if attempting to take off in flight. I didn't notice it before, but there appeared to be a sort of cape behind its back. Though I say cape, it appeared to be of a ragged, fleshy texture, as if the skin on its back was flayed off and was dragging behind its arms. This sickening flesh cape waved with each flap of its arms, giving the illusion of wings. But that wasn't even the worst part. It emitted a noise. This wasn't a growl or a roar or even a scream. The sound it made was akin to a raspy inhale, like someone deeply out of breath. However, it still wasn't quite like that. There was like a sort of reverb to its breathing. It echoed quietly, yet still managed to be one of those sounds that you feel in your bones, each graveling breath raking its claws into your very soul as you're already frozen in horror. This dance felt like it went on for hours, but in reality it was only a few brief moments that passed. Our bodies finally made enough adrenaline that we were able to bolt and sprint to his house. We talked about it a few days later, but after a point just didn't feel like reliving it anymore. Until we researched what cryptids were and settled on the idea we came across, and decided that people would think we were just full of it, and decided to not bother talking about it at all. To this day, I still don't know what I encountered, but this experience has subconsciously kept me terrified of being in wooded areas after dark for all these years. In fact, last weekend my wife and kids and I were camping at a state campground, and it was the first time I had been outside at night in the woods since that day, and I was scared all night long. Thankfully, nothing happened, and we had a nice weekend. But it's crazy that this experience has affected me for so long. My wife was the only other person I shared this experience with, and at first she laughed it off, thinking I was kidding, until she saw how solemn that I got when I talked about it, and could see that it clearly was not a joke to me. She then confided in me that she's experienced her own paranormal things, so that's fun too. Superficially, I would say it resembled what people have described as the Mothman, but I never actually saw it take flight, and the eyes didn't glow nearly as bright as reports made it out to be. Also, the wings only looked like wings when it was flapping its arms, and I doubt that it could have actually flown with those raggedy skin flaps. But I'm definitely not going to be trying to figure it out. The only other guess was some kind of crawler, maybe, but I never saw it make any other action aside from the bobbing and arm waving. My friends and I used to camp a lot in the El Dorado National Forest. We had a spot along Sobiago Springs we used to camp at a lot. One weekend, we decided to go for a 3-day foraging trip. We brought in MREs in case we couldn't find anything, some guns, and some supplies to set up shelter, but that's about it. The first night was chill. We cooked a bunch of crawdads and a squirrel my buddy shot, drank a few beers we'd brought, and slept fine. Next day, something felt weird to me. One of my friends who was with me and I had had some really creepy experiences in this part of the forest in the past, and it felt a bit like those. Forest was dead silent, and you felt like something was watching you. I grew up in the woods, so I know the signs of a predator, but this felt different than a bear or a mountain lion. When night fell, my friends went 200 yards or so up the stream to do some stuff, and I was alone at the campsite. The feeling got even stronger, so I built up the fire nice and big and grabbed a gun. I kept hearing faint voices from the woods in the opposite direction from where my friends had went. They were low and distinct sounds, but they were creeping me out majorly, and my buddies had taken the only 2 flashlights. Poor planning in hindsight. As I peered out into the darkness, I caught a glimpse of something moving 50 yards or so out into the trees. I snapped the rifle to my shoulder and got the scope on it. It was pretty dark, and the only light was from the fire, but I could see the outline of what I was aiming at. It looked human, but was on all 4s, and its arms seemed a lot longer than they should have been. It stood a bit like an ape, but very low to the ground. I only saw it for a second before it loped off deeper into the woods. After I lost track of it, I'd hear light rustling in different directions around the camp, leaves scuffling, the occasional twig breaking. Always away from where my friends went, 180 degrees on the other side of the camp from their departure. I got the sense that whatever it was stalking me. I kept the fire high and was staying sharp, looking out into the woods. But I didn't see it again. My buddies came back about 10 minutes later to find me a paranoid wreck glancing at the tree line with the scope. I told them what happened and they got quiet. Then told me the reason they came back when they did was they started hearing the same shit that I was hearing by where they were, and it had spooked them. We spent the second night of our trip with a big-ass fire and 3 lookouts. Nobody slept that night. In the morning, we broke camp as quick as we could and hightailed it out of there. We never camped in that spot again. So be patient with me. This is super hard to explain, but I'll do my best as I really think something weird happened to us in this haunted city. Back when we could go outside without fear, my friends and I went to Savannah, Georgia for my bachelorette weekend. For anyone who isn't familiar with downtown Savannah, there's a large intersection in front of these extremely old historical steps that lead to the river walk where the river is and a bunch of stores. While waiting at the intersection for our turn to walk across the street so we could get to the historic steps, all of a sudden everything went really quiet, and time literally seemed to stand still. We turned to look at each other, all noticing the weird feeling of stillness, and slowly started to walk across the intersection, nervously giggling to ourselves as we pointed out that even though the lights still hadn't turned for us to walk, all the cars that would usually be still driving by were stopped dead in the middle of the road, way before you would normally stop at an intersection, with one car literally in the process of turning, yet idling completely still in the middle of that intersection, stopping for no reason whatsoever, with the driver appearing to be frozen. At this point, we were noticing we didn't hear any birds anymore, or sounds at all for that matter, except for the crosswalk timer saying to wait over and over, as if someone was hitting the button repeatedly, yet we were the only ones around. Completely freaked the F out, we hurriedly crossed the street, all expressing, kinda loudly as we were freaking out, about why everything and everyone seemed frozen in time. Once we made it to the other side of the road, just as quickly as the stillness began, the wind started to blow and the birds started to fly. Cars started moving again, and people that were definitely not around us before were suddenly there. We all looked at each other and around us, and I swear people probably thought we were all on drugs. I felt like Harry, Ron, and Hermione when they jumped to the regular world in the last Harry Potter, all of a sudden there, when they weren't before. And to this day, we all have absolutely no idea what happened. We felt like we went through some sort of time glitch or something, or a portal of some sort, if that's the right word. But we definitely experienced something in the middle of that road. We later asked our Uber that night if it had happened to them before, to which he replied that we needed to give him whatever drugs we were on. If this has happened to anyone else, please let me know. Also, I might add that we were completely sober, as it was mid-morning and we were on the way to breakfast on the Riverwalk, and definitely not on any drugs. A few years back, I had gone out with some friends to the mountains for a camping trip. And by camping trip, I mean everybody gets drunk or high around a fire in the middle of the woods and then passes out in their trucks. I was always the youngest of the friend group, and this took place before I found my taste for mind-altering substances. I'm typically something of a skeptic, and if this had happened nowadays, I'd probably blame it on being drunk. But I was stone cold sober the whole time, which is why I feel so sure of what I saw. We're all out at the campsite, maybe 10 or 15 of us. I'm sitting on someone's tailgate smoking a cigarette when my friend, let's call him John, comes up to me clearly intoxicated. John was the one who I came out to the campsite with, and probably my closest friend out of anyone there. He asked me if I wanted to go on an adventure with him in the woods. I figured that if nothing else, I should probably go with him just to make sure that he didn't drunkenly fall over and hurt himself. Not to mention that even though I didn't drink or do any drugs back then, didn't mean that I was opposed to fun adventures into the forest. So we walked past the tree line that surrounded the campfire and into the dense trees. The moon was out and it was a pretty clear night, so although it wasn't dark, it wasn't pitch black. We came to a clearing that seemed to be made of flattish boulders and rocks. We were looking up at the night sky, and John was drunk talking and I was listening and nodding along with whatever nonsense he was saying. He took a seat on one of the flatter rocks and eventually just laid down and passed out. I tried to jostle him awake, but he just kept mumbling for me to let him rest a while. Since this is usually how John behaves when he's drinking, I complied and figured I'd head back to the campsite and check on him again in a little bit. I go back, talk to a few people, smoke a few cigarettes, and then decide to go and check on him. Maybe 10 minutes have passed. I'm walking back to the clearing where I left him and already from afar noticed that he wasn't in the same spot. I kept going, figuring that he must have gotten up and wandered off somewhere. As I'm walking, I notice a shadow in the shape of a human standing behind a shrub of sorts a few feet to my right. I stop, figuring that it was John messing with me. I said, "Dude, come on, let's go back to the camp." No response. Then I gave him the stereotypical, "Please, you're not scaring me." Still nothing. I moved closer to the shadow and noticed that I couldn't make out any distinguishable features. No shirt logo, no eyes, or any face for that matter. Just a vacuum of black that stood in the shape of a man, hanging out with me in the forest. I backed away, putting it all together that it wasn't John, and I ran back to camp. I checked the truck that John and I drove out there in, and he was sleeping on the bench seat. I did a quick head count, and everyone that I had recalled being at the camp was still there. The only thing that convinces me that this was paranormal was just the sheer absence of light that this thing took the shape of. Just pure darkness. Whenever I tell this story, John always gets chills, imagining that this thing was probably out there with him when he was passed out alone. The general conclusion was that John had stumbled back while I had left him, and I just didn't notice that he had returned. Like I said, I'm a skeptic, so I always try to rationalize these things. But this is the one experience that I've had that I just can't believe was simply my eyes playing tricks on me. I've heard of shadow people, but I always thought those were just what people saw during sleep paralysis. Not out in the wilderness, and not while fully awake. This encounter happened in the summer of 2006, when I was 20 years old. I didn't get my driver's license until January of that year, and driving opened up so many doors for me that I took a lot of solo road trips to my friends' houses in New England and the mid-Atlantic states. I also look young for my age, and was often mistaken for a high school student in my early 20s. I was driving alone on I-78 on a random July day on my way to visit my friend in southern Pennsylvania for a long weekend. Her parents were away, and we had the house to ourselves and were planning on drinking and hot tubbing, watching Planet Earth drunk. It had just come out. Maybe run around some cornfields at night. I was so excited and had a great drive listening to good music, and it was a beautiful day. Right after I crossed the border from New Jersey into Pennsylvania, I stopped at one of the rest stops to get gas and snacks for the last part of my drive. I have tried to figure out which rest stop this was and can't ID it, but it was a gas station with a large mini-mart. Opposite the gas station was the on-ramp back to I-78 West, and parallel to the on-ramp was a dirt road, which comes into play later. I was heading into the store when a man in his late 30s, early 40s approached me. He was a stocky guy, definitely tall, I'm 5'1", and had on a plain black tee and jeans, with dark brown hair and a mustache/goatee. He had come out of a black pickup truck parked a few spaces away from my car. He had a super intense gaze and immediately creeped me out. He just had a crazy energy about him. I didn't really get vibes from people that often, but this was so strange. He stood too close. His gaze was crazy direct or focused, and his word choices were strange. It immediately set off all my alarms. He asked if I was from the area, despite my Connecticut license plate, where I was headed, and if I knew of anything fun to do because he had plans later and time to kill beforehand. He invited me to go play mini-golf or watch a movie with him. I didn't answer any of his questions, declined his invitation to hang out, and told him I didn't know the area, and walked away toward the store. I was blown away that he had asked me to go anywhere with him. It was so random and uncomfortable. As I was walking away, he actually screamed out, "You're gorgeous," and the volume and tone made my hair stand on end. It was super aggressive and inappropriate, and he even startled a family who was walking out of the store because it was so loud. I didn't turn around, but went inside. He came into the store shortly after, and was staring at me, so I went to use the bathroom and stayed in for at least 10 minutes texting my friend about this creep. When I came out, he wasn't in the store anymore, so I took my time buying drinks and snacks, and went out to gas my car up. I was relieved that his car was gone, and started thinking about the rest of my drive, and again getting excited to see my friend. When I pull up the road to get back onto the highway, I hear someone persistently honking his horn, and see this creep show on the dirt road parallel to the on-ramp in his truck, honking, shouting, and waving at me to drive over in his direction. He was directly facing the gas station and had been waiting for me. I immediately freaked out and jumped on the on-ramp back to I-78. He pulled out onto the highway after me, and I called my friend, extremely scared. I drove so fast, and probably dangerously, and looking back, I'm lucky that I didn't either get into an accident or pulled over, but I didn't know what else to do. He didn't follow me for that long, and I think after a few exits he pulled off. My friend and I had a backup plan that if I saw his car again, she would direct me to a police station the next town over from her house instead of my going directly there, and leading some freak to us. I didn't see the car again and continued on my journey, but the last few hours of my drive I was extremely tense and anxious. I remember checking my mirrors regularly for this black pickup truck. It all ended well. I got to my friend's house safely, and we had a lovely weekend. The encounter was definitely creepy, but over the years I didn't put much thought into it. A few years ago, in 2014, I was talking with another friend who is big into serial killers, and mentioned my encounter jokingly, suggesting that this was a serial killer I had met, and told her my experience. She was fascinated, and wanted to Google active serial killers in the Pennsylvania area at the time. The first hit was for Adam Leroy Lane, and he looked almost exactly like the man that I had met back in 2006. Obviously, it could be my mind filling in the blanks, but the basic characteristics, 40, tall but stocky, brown hair with a mustache, goatee, and the time and area, all match. In my memory, he was a little bit slimmer than the pictures, and it was 2006, not 2007, when he was actually convicted of murdering women. Still, it's an odd coincidence, and one I have definitely never forgotten. I don't think this was paranormal, but it felt so real that it undid many of the knots in my heart. My father passed away 21 years ago, when I was 20 years old, leaving behind his mother, my grandmother, wife, my mom, and a daughter, me. 2 years before his death, my father had urged my grandmother to sell her small home and shift with us so that we could look after her in her old age. He built a decent house, considering he came from a very poor background, that we had to sell off after he passed away. My grandmother passed away 2 years ago. I often used to think about how our life would have been had he been still alive. He was an honest man, but in a powerful position. When he passed away, I was still in college and unmarried, with no exposure to the outside world. Had he been alive for a few more years, I could have used his guidance to fulfill my career plans. He was the only earning member of the family. After he passed away, nothing remained the same. We all struggled financially, emotionally, and ultimately physically. Then I got married to a verbally, financially abusive man. But I saw this dream only yesterday, never before it. I had not been thinking about him or of any of my difficulties before I went to bed. In the dream, I was in my grandmother's house, which again we had sold 23 years ago. She had passed away, but my father was alive. He was sadly looking at the empty house from his childhood. I asked him what he planned to do with the house. He said he would probably sell it, but he sounded very sad as he said it. Then I suggested if we should keep the house and just rent it out. This way, we could return to it whenever we want and have a financial backup too. My father said that in the face of financial difficulty, we have a bigger home to fall back on. But he seemed relieved that he didn't have to sell his childhood home. When I woke up, I realized that it had all felt so real, as if I had lived an alternate life. It was what life could have been. I cried, but I also felt that I had been lucky to be able to live in that life. Does anyone believe in alternate lives here? Do you think my soul had made a trip to an alternative life somehow? For about 2 years now at my childhood home, there's been something in the woods around it. They've built in the span of 2 years a house where the woods used to be, but it only seems to have made whatever is there more active. So for backstory, 2 years ago I was with my dog taking him out to go pee. He was being agitated and skittish, which is very unlike him. He's a Chow Shepherd mix, and he's as much a protector as any other dog, so his attitude this night in particular had me on edge as well. I went to join him when I heard him growling, so I stepped out to the side of the house, hearing him absolutely lose it. For a bit of setting, there's a fence around the length of our backyard that also goes about halfway up the sides of the house. The fence has a gate on either side of the house, and there are trees and overgrowth also on either side of the house. As I step out of the door, I notice something moving in the tree line, so I quickly step back inside. We have a baseball bat for protection, and I went to get that and came back. My dog was still losing it, and was staring at the thing I had seen, and had not moved. He was growling, snarling, and his ears were pinned and his tail was tucked. Something was really, really messing with him. So I go down the side fence, letting the bat clink along the chain link, making sure whoever was there knew that I was armed. I'm 5'4" and look really soft or easy to take on, but I can bench 200 pounds and am not afraid. I'm also a bit of an idiot. But I'm not unused to scary things, so I was more annoyed than scared, really. That changed very quickly, though. I stood right behind my dog and looked at this figure, which was still standing dead in place. I considered that there was nothing there, but I wouldn't know until I double-checked. I called out to the figure, telling the person I assumed was there that they needed to get off of private property. They were on my soon-to-be neighbor's land, and I was afraid they had been messing around in the construction process. Honestly, I assumed it was just some teenager. But then I heard an owl coo, and I'll be honest, we don't have many of them here where I live. I sort of feel this cold, damp dread spread across my body, and I hesitate, but I pull my phone out and flash the flashlight. I kind of wish I hadn't. Standing there was a figure, which was ridiculously tall, I'll say 8 to 10 feet, and thin and wiry. It was in all black, something like a hooded robe. It looked heavy, and it didn't hang naturally. I couldn't tell the physical size of the body of this thing because it was so heavily cloaked, but its face was the thing that really threw me for a loop. It had the face of an owl. I don't know what kind of owl, but the big black eyes, the beak, the round moon face, and it clearly had a pale tan face, and the dark brown feathers around the edges of it. It did not blink or move when the light hit it. It continued to just stand there. I could see the rise and fall of its chest. My dog barked for the first time with the light on it, and quickly I turned off the light and moved back inside. I'm a practicing witch, so after that I quickly worked on protections for the house, my dog, and me, and also did a cleansing because I felt almost electrocuted. I've seen it twice since this first time, and my mother has seen it a few times too. She hypothesizes that it's angry about the new construction on the land, and I think it's a warning. Some weird shit happened to me about a year ago, and I haven't shared it with anyone because I'm afraid they'll think I'm crazy or not believe me. Anyway, at a family gathering at my grandma's house, my mom and I decided to go get some KFC for the family around noonish or so. Once we pulled up to the drive-thru, we waited for a little bit, and nobody was talking to us through the speaker thing. So after waiting, we decided to just pull up to the window. We noticed no one was there, so we thought, okay, fuck it, let's go inside. As we walk up, we see the whole restaurant looks closed, and the doors were locked. Lights are all off, and it's empty. No customers, no employees. There was even a row of high chairs that were put up on the counter, like when a restaurant is closed. We basically said fuck it again, and decided to go get pizza. About 20 to 30 minutes on our drive home from getting the pizza, we passed the same KFC, and my mom sees that it has cars in the drive-thru. My grandma was expecting chicken, so we stopped to get some chicken. Here's where it gets really fucking weird. We walk inside in order, then ask the lady why they opened so late. She gave us a confused look and said they've been open since 10 a.m. As I looked around, there were families who looked like they've been sitting there for a while, eating and chilling. I was so weirded out, I actually asked a family how long they were there for. They were nice people and told me for about an hour. My mom and I have never said anything to anyone, because we still don't know what the fuck happened. I even thought maybe the employees were late, so the cashier tried pulling one on me, but the family made me reconsider that. I don't know. Weird AF. And wondering if anything similar has ever happened to anyone. This happened back when I was a freshman in high school. I had this friend who lived next door to me and asked me to accompany him to Dairy Queen to buy a vape from some girl from his school. We'll call him Tyler. After school, I met up with Tyler at our apartment complex since school had just let out for him as well. We walked to Dairy Queen, which was about 1.5 miles, roughly, up the street. This was in the middle of winter, so it was very cold and rainy. The walk took about 30 minutes. We arrived at the Dairy Queen and waited for an hour for this girl who never showed up. She eventually texted Tyler after an hour of telling him she was getting ready and said that she was unable to get a ride, which was total BS, because she apparently lived right by the Dairy Queen. We were annoyed and started our walk back home. We were talking about how we were going to hit the hot tub when we returned. Now, for some understanding, there is a large Walmart that you had to get past to get to the Dairy Queen. Before you get to the Walmart, there's another apartment complex that we also had to pass. A girl named Carly lived there, and was dating our friend named Dre. We stopped at her apartment because Tyler saw her outside taking her trash out and wanted to flirt with her, which is something he would do with every girl that he came across. She was visibly upset, and you could tell that she had been crying. She told Tyler that Dre had dumped her. Now, for a bit of context, Dre was once friends with Tyler, but they had a falling out a few days prior to this story. We all three would hang out at the apartment complex that Tyler and I lived at, and Dre was actually a longtime family friend of mine, too. After a few minutes of Tyler and Carly chatting, we finally left and headed home. As we were about to pass Walmart, there was a big bush on the sidewalk in front of the Walmart. As we were walking, we saw two dark figures emerge from behind the bush and look in our direction. Tyler had a lot of enemies, so he was paranoid that there was someone coming after him. I told him not to worry, as it could have been anyone, and it was probably just some random homeless people, as this area was full of random transients. He suggested we cut through the back alley behind Walmart because he was fully convinced it was someone who wanted to jump him. I'll admit, I was a bit nervous myself, as I wasn't sure what kind of enemies that he had, or what they wanted, and I was afraid that they might do something to me since I was with Tyler, which, in hindsight, was probably a bit selfish, but I was a kid. We decided to just continue down the sidewalk we were on, and take our chances agreeing to just book it if they tried anything. The closer we got, the sketchier the whole situation became because these people just kept peeking around the bushes at us. Once we got to the bush, I was surprised to see Dre and a well-known thug, future murderer, named D, come out from behind it. Dre looked pissed, and D had a weird grin on his face that made me know that they were up to no good. I also noticed that D was holding his cell phone at a weird angle, like he was recording or something. That made me extremely nervous. Dre and D just walked up to us on the sidewalk, with D still awkwardly smirking, and Dre asked where we were coming from. I didn't say anything, as I didn't want to be involved in the beef that Dre and Tyler had with each other. Tyler began to try and explain to Dre that we were coming back from Dairy Queen and that we had run into Dre's girlfriend Carly and that Carly was upset over their breakup. Dre didn't believe him, and accused him of trying to hit on her. He said that they never broke up, and accused Tyler of lying. Tyler attempted to get me involved by looking at me as if he expected me to confirm that Carly in fact had said that they broke up. I froze and just shrugged my shoulders, and tried to make it clear that I wanted no part of anything. Dre didn't say anything for a few seconds, and then after an awkward silence, Tyler attempted to part ways and walk up the street after saying goodbye. All of a sudden, Dre shoved Tyler to the ground, and then sucker punched him in his face as he crawled back to his feet. D began hysterically laughing in a very menacing way, and I just stood there looking at Dre, waiting for him to come after me next. You see, the night before this, I had gotten into it with Dre over a text and called him a little bitch because he wouldn't forgive Tyler. I know that was immature now. He walked past me without doing anything, and walked up the street in the opposite direction. Now by this point, Tyler was hysteric and started running up the street yelling at me to come on or they would get me, and I was trying to keep up with him. He yelled at me for not helping him. At that moment, Tyler's mom pulled up next to us and we got into her car and she drove us home. He was crying and he told her what had happened. She seemed kind of dismissive about the whole thing and said to just stay away from Dre. I was just happy to be away from the situation. Tyler went straight to his house and didn't talk to me again for a few days. I guess he was still mad at me about not helping him. In my defense, everything happened so fast that I didn't really know what to do. Dre ended up texting me after I got home just saying, "Hey," but I ignored it. The next encounter with D was a bit more alarming, as he apparently did indeed want to get me next. Tyler and I were just hanging out at the apartments one day when he got a text from one of his friends that Dre and D were smoking weed at the supermarket right next door to the apartments. Apparently, Dre told D about how I was best friends with Tyler and had been quote-unquote talking smack, to which D responded by suggesting that they walk over to my apartments to beat me up. Dre told him no, because we were family friends, so that was the end of that. I didn't see D again until high school when he was put into my algebra class. He walked into the classroom with that same creepy smile on his face that he always seemed to have, and sat down across from my desk. He turned to me during a quiz and asked me if I remember him, to which I replied the affirmative. He asked me if I remember Dre, and when Dre punched Tyler, and once again, I said yes. This kid went on about how he enjoyed watching Dre do that to Tyler, and he actually had 2 knives in his pocket that day and wanted to use them on Tyler, but Dre wouldn't let him. So fast forward to 2018. I was walking around Sears with my fiance trying to find baby clothes for our son who was due soon. I hadn't heard anything about Dre or Dee since high school, and I received a text from an old buddy from school telling me that Dee got arrested for allegedly shooting some girl in the back of the head at a party. Apparently, she refused to sell him cocaine, so he shot her in a fit of rage. He fled the scene and was arrested soon after that on attempted murder charges, since the girl survived. She ended up making a full recovery. This wasn't even the first time Dee has shot someone. A year prior, he had shot some kid in the leg during a drug deal gone bad. I'm not sure if Dre is still friends with Dee, but as far as I know, he's not involved in the things he used to be involved with. So to the psycho who plotted to jump me and shot 2 people, let's not meet again. This is my mom and dad's story. It was their honeymoon. They married in August of 1980 in Australia, and they were driving along the Bruce Highway into a city called Rockhampton, Queensland. It was late at night, 8 p.m.-ish, and they had been driving most of the day. There is a very long stretch of road before you come into the city that's just bush, kilometers of it. At night, the bush can be very scary. They had not passed cars for some time, probably a couple of hours. Out of nowhere, headlights appeared a long way behind them in their rearview mirror. That was fine, whatever. They keep driving as normal. Then, the headlights start getting closer and closer. My dad is driving, and says something like, "What a bloody turkey. Look at how fast he's going." The car comes right up to them with their high beams on, and follows them for about 5 minutes like that. Mom and Dad have a conversation about why can't the person just overtake them. Then, the car completely backs off. Like slows right down, almost to a complete stop, and hangs back about 1 to 2 kilometers away for a good 15 minutes. Mom and Dad both think that is super weird and creepy, but again, whatever. They just keep going. Then the car speeds up again, tailgating high beam and sort of swerving into the other lane as if to get to overtake them, but he never did. This goes on for another 5-ish minutes. Mom and Dad are both really scared now. Remember, this is the days before mobiles or cell phones, and besides, there would have been no reception in that area to call for help, even if they had them, and it's not over yet. The car backs off again, but not as far as before, and then hangs back there for about a minute, before hitting the gas and absolutely flying past Mom and Dad and finally passing them. There appeared to be only one person in the car, but they couldn't really see what that person looked like. There was also no number plate on the car to identify it. And I know my dad has told me heaps of times before, but I can't actually remember what sort of car it was now. I feel like it was sort of a sedan type of thing. Definitely white. The car disappears up the road, as if it were never there. Mom and Dad were shaken to their core, but pleased that it was seemingly over. But no, it's still not done yet. The road now becomes a bit more windy, whereas previously it had almost been straight. Mom and Dad come around a corner and the car is parked in the middle of the road, facing them, again with high beams on, both driver and passenger doors wide open, and the man, they could now see that it was a man, standing in front of the car with his arms spread wide. Spread as if to make them stop. Mom was screaming at Dad, "Just hit him, don't stop, just hit him." And my dad, being the bloody hero that he is, did not stop, and drove around the man's car on the right-hand side of it, which would be the passenger side as it was parked facing them. The man tried to get in front of Dad, I assumed to stop him from driving off, as he made this maneuver, but he couldn't quite get there in time. He was very close to the car, and Dad nearly hit him. Dad absolutely floored it. He said he was doing around 130, 140 kilometers per hour to get away from that man. They aren't sure how long they drove like that, but they didn't slow back down to the speed limit until they started to come into the city limits. They made it to their hotel and parked the car at the back of the hotel so that you couldn't see it from the road, because it was on the side of the highway and passing traffic could see the cars parked there. Mom was quite hysterical and told reception what had happened. They called the police and reported it, but they never found the car or the driver. Fast forward to many years later, and Mom was watching the news, and Ivan Milat had just been arrested. Mom screamed and called Dad into the lounge room. They both agreed that he was, in fact, the man that they saw. They were absolutely adamant. I can't find evidence to suggest that Ivan Milat was active in Queensland during that time, but I certainly won't call Mom and Dad liars because of what they saw. I imagine it was another creepy hillbilly who looked very similar to Mr. Backpacker Murderer. My parents live on about 30 acres of wooded land in the middle of nowhere. I was in high school at this time and was up late on a weekend. I remember that I had fallen asleep in the recliner in our living room and woke up at around 2 a.m. I sat up and watched TV for about half an hour and then got up to get some water before going to bed. Our kitchen sink looked out over our backyard, and I could see clear to the tree line because of a lamp on a telephone pole that we had installed for security. As I looked out, I saw something dash across the tree line for about 50 feet before going back into the trees. I can still see it in my mind. It was either a white or really pale gray, and looked like a person moving on all fours. There was no visible fur or clothing. I could tell it was large, at least the size of a person, maybe larger. It covered the 50-foot span in between 5 and 10 seconds. I was absolutely frozen in place for a solid minute after this encounter. My parents kept telling me that it was just an albino coyote. I know it wasn't. A few years later, I came across a YouTube video talking about really strange creatures caught on trail cameras. It was one of those low-quality edits that pop up on your recommended videos after a long video binge. Halfway through came an image that made my blood go cold. It was called a rake. This was exactly what I had seen. To this day, I will swear by it that I saw this creature, and still refuse to be outside at night at my parents' house. I want to begin my story by telling you first and foremost, I do not believe in the supernatural. I have never witnessed a ghost, spirit, entity, or malevolent force of nature. I have never encountered a poltergeist, demon, or an angel. I am not here to state the validity of anyone else's experiences, only my own. I do, however, believe in things that are good and things that are evil. Is it supernatural? I'm not here to prove that one way or the other. My story begins when I was 20 years old. I was in college, and like most college students, I was rebellious, wild, and carefree. I was eager to obtain a part-time job. I wanted my own spending money. And coming from a very small community with very little businesses, I was pretty much out of luck. My sister, who is 7 years older than me, was newly married with a baby, my nephew, and she worked at our hospital, the only hospital in our hometown. She was an RN, and trying to establish a good foundation of employment, so she had to take swing shifts before she could set her own hours. Her husband was working the night shift, so they needed someone to care for my nephew on the weekends. I jumped at the opportunity because I loved my nephew and I was good with him. He knew me and was a joy as a baby. I wasn't very popular in college and had very few friends, so having something to do on the weekends brightened my mood somewhat. I started keeping my nephew on the following weekend. It was Friday, February 2nd, 1990. I had just put my nephew to bed and had myself a beer and a cigarette out on the back porch of my sister's home. Yes, I was smoking and had one beer. Get over it. It was the 90s, for pity's sake. There were no cell phones, computer with internet games, or chatting, so when I say it was quiet, it was very quiet. They lived on Highway 322 outside of Clarksdale, Mississippi, and there were not many homes on this road at the time, and also very little traffic. I was reading a book, but halfway through the chapter I was reading, you could have heard a pin drop. The crickets stopped chirping. The wind literally stopped blowing. The mockingbird that I heard calling was silent, and the air suddenly felt so heavy that it became very difficult to breathe. I got up, opened the door to step outside down the steps, and as I'm frantically looking around trying to figure out what the heck is happening, the transformer next to the house explodes. Both streetlights go out, and I can smell burning rubber and plastic. I jumped so badly that I felt my heart catch in my throat, and the sound was deafening with sparks flying everywhere, looking almost like fireworks on the 4th of July. I couldn't hear the monitor to my nephew's room anymore. I realized the power had gone out in the house. That's when I rushed in to make sure he was still sleeping and not freaking out in the pitch black of night. He was perfectly safe, still sleeping peacefully and totally unaware of my miniature meltdown. Just as I was leaving his bedroom, I heard a noise that I still have no explanation for. The sound was a close relation to that of a child crying or a woman screaming. Now believe me when I tell you, I am a country girl, lived in the country most of my life, and I know what a panther sounds like. I've heard it many times. But this was nothing like that. It even resembled the sound of a dying cat, or any animal that may be close to death. Incoherent whimpering, a slight cackle here and there, and then silence. The sound sent a chill right up my spine, making me feel lightheaded and weak. I do not scare easily. I consider myself brave and rational, but all of that departed, leaving me feeling dizzy and nauseous. The sound was not coming from inside the house, but outside, close to the porch, right where I had been sitting. I knew this because I left the screen door open, and standing there motionless looking out the door, I knew it was out there somewhere. I waited a few moments, then I reached for my sister's baseball bat that she kept next to the door. She wasn't a fan of guns or knives, and neither was I, but that bat brought no comfort knowing I would have to get as close as possible to this thing in order to hit it with any amount of force. Trying to find the courage to walk out that door, believing it was only an animal brought no solace to me, but I'm tough, and I would do whatever it took to protect my nephew and myself. I stepped out onto the porch and heard nothing. I grabbed the flashlight hanging next to the porch door, clicked it on, and proceeded to look around. I slowly advanced toward the outside of the door, opened it, and walked slowly, very cautiously down the steps. My heart is pounding, and the only sound I hear is the air leaving and entering my lungs. I feel dizzy and start sweating from fear and adrenaline pumping through me like wildfire. Behind my sister's house, there's nothing but wooded forest and empty fields. Being February, there isn't much going on in the farming community. I make my way to the edge of the field and I hear it again. That dying animal sound. A screech, and then what I can only describe as tearing flesh, or perhaps paper. I have no idea at this point what I'm hearing. I shine the flashlight towards the noise, and what I saw still haunts me to this day. There were glowing red eyes staring right back at me, and in that instant I knew that it wasn't any kind of animal that I had ever heard, seen, or known about. Animal eyes do not glow red when you point a light at them. They're either orange or bright yellow, almost white. Just as I'm about to take a step back, a rush of wind blows past me and I see wings. Yes, wings. These wings are at least 50 to 60 feet in width, far too big for an owl, buzzard, or any other type of bird in that area. When it opened up its wings, the rush of wind almost knocked me off my feet. It had the body of a man and the eyes of a demon, and was enveloped in jet black. I stood there shaking, trying to rationalize what I was looking at, and not believing 1 minute of it. My hands began to tremble, and I felt as though I was about to faint. It stood up, and with one quick whoosh, it shot up in the air and then out of sight. My mind raced. What did I just see? What just happened? What was that thing? The moon was out that night, so I saw it shoot straight up and disappear quick and almost with no sound at all. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the area in which I live, but on that very night, the Parker family was brutally murdered, not an hour after I had seen whatever it was that I witnessed. A family of 4 had come home, walked in on 4 burglars, and were tied up, raped, sodomized, and burned alive. Their house was burned to the ground, and the 4 men who committed this heinous act are still thriving. The justice system in this area rarely sees true justice. After that night, I started researching possibilities on what I had seen, and each time my research led me back to none other than the Mothman. The folklore that surrounds this creature is a sign, an omen of things to come, a tragedy, something so evil you cannot even imagine what it could be. This is the first time I have ever shared this, typed it out, trying to remember the little details, and I'm still convinced that what I saw that night was the Angel of Death, Mothman, Lucifer himself. Who knows? But I do know what I saw, and I believe with my whole heart that that entity was a prelude to the unimaginable crime being committed that night. I do not believe it appeared to warn me in particular, but ever since I saw it that night, my research has revealed that far more people than me have seen this creature. An entire town, villages, people who have seen this creature right before an accident or traumatic event. Again, I do not believe in the supernatural, but I do believe in evil, and what I saw that night was the epitome of pure evil. I could feel it, smell it, and almost taste it. It exuded evil to the extent that I was almost taken over by it, making me feel so physically ill that I could not shake it off. The next morning when I learned of the murders, which incidentally were only about half a mile from my sister's house, I had that same feeling. Dread, nausea, and a burning in my stomach. I had to run to the bathroom to throw up. It made me so violently ill. I'm sure many will tell me that what I saw was nothing more than some rare bird or something that can be logically explained. But I know in my gut, my heart, and my soul what I saw. It was not of this world, and quite frankly, I never want to see it again. Several years ago, I worked at a crisis unit for the acutely mentally ill. It was a 10-bed unit where individuals would come stay as a step down from a psychiatric hospitalization or a diversion to prevent psychiatric hospitalization. I often worked alone on the weekends. One Friday evening, we received an admission, Michael. Background info was provided with the referral indicating a diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder and his recent release from prison after serving a sentence for murder. I completed the initial intake meeting with Michael, during which time he said some sexually explicit things to me. I made it clear that this was inappropriate and that confidentiality was limited and that the staff working on the unit as part of his treatment team would be privy to anything said in the interview or subsequent one-on-one sessions. He responded well to the redirection, which we finished the intake and I went about the rest of my shift until about 11 p.m. that night when he approached the office and asked if I was working alone. Luckily, at the time I wasn't alone and I told him my male co-worker was in the adjoining office. After this encounter, I explained the situation to my coworker, who read my shift summary and decided to sit down with Michael and tell him that the way he was acting was not acceptable, and that he could risk being released from the program if it continued. The next morning, I was working alone from 8 to 4 p.m. Around 9 a.m., I went to wake up another client, Jeremy, to administer his medications. The room Jeremy was assigned to was at the end of the hallway, and he was actually slow to get up in the mornings. While I was knocking on Jeremy's door, Michael approached me to tell me that he didn't appreciate that I had shared the things he said to me with my male coworker. I explained to Michael that he knew what he said was inappropriate, and that he knew anything he said to me would be shared with the rest of the treatment team. Michael became more agitated, and got in my face, backing me into the corner in front of Jeremy's bedroom door. At this point, Jeremy had woken up and heard what was happening outside of his room. He came out, stood between Michael and myself, and told Michael that he needed to walk away and cool down. Michael went back to his room, and I contacted my supervisor, who told me to document the encounter and continue my shift. Needless to say, I left that job shortly after this incident. I'm thankful for Jeremy, and that he had the presence of mind, while also being a client with a mental illness, to intervene on my behalf. I often wonder what would have happened if Jeremy wouldn't have woken up, or if he would have been in a more severe state of mental illness and would have become more agitated as well. Michael, let's never meet again. So my story initially starts with me, an 18-year-old female, being a guitar player of 6 years. I started early in high school and loved to play. My guitar teacher was super chill and awesome, but he was no longer able to teach me as he was moving away. I felt like I still wanted to move forward with my learning, so I decided to look up other available guitar teachers nearby. I didn't have a driver's license back then, and my guitar case was too heavy for me to be traveling long distances for a couple of lessons a week. I find this one guitar instructor who lived surprisingly close, 4 or 5 streets down. We contacted, and he agreed to teach me. To give you guys a bit of an idea about this guy, he was a tall, slim, white guy. Even though he looked a tad on the scrappy side, you could definitely tell that he was strong. He would also mention how he did lots of outdoor sports. He looked to be around his early 40s, but I'm pretty sure he was actually in his mid-30s. He had these big, pale blue eyes, sunken cheeks, and was balding, had a shaved head. So yes, in retrospect, he did look rather disturbing, but I didn't want to go and judge a guy by looks at first encounter. On the first lesson, I went to his place with my guitar, but after seeing me play, he told me he couldn't teach me because he only taught beginners, even though I told him that I had played for 6 years. So for the rest of the time, we just jammed and chilled, and then I left. The next day, I got a text from him saying that he had an old guitar book he wasn't using and wanted to give to me. Earlier that day, I had a huge fight with my sister, so I was eager to get out of the house for a breather anyway. I met him at a halfway point to receive the book from him. After doing so, I said my goodbyes, but as I was leaving, he started to follow me. I was sort of confused at this point, but he just casually held conversation, so I just chatted with him on my way home. We got to my place. I dropped off the book, we played guitar together for a bit, and hung out. Suddenly, he started talking to me about a waterfall near his place. I was confused because I'd never heard of this place. Why would there be a waterfall nearby? I live in an urban neighborhood. He was super shocked that I hadn't seen it and insisted that we go. It's only 10 minutes away, I promise. My stupid, naive ass agreed because he promised it was super close. So we headed out to this so-called waterfall. This is where shit went downhill. As we were walking to the waterfall, the conversation started to change. He asked what nationality I am, so I told him that I'm Korean. Suddenly, he hugged me super hard, saying, "I love Koreans." I was bewildered at this point, but I awkwardly let it pass. He started talking about himself and how he dropped out of high school early because he had violent tendencies. He said he threw tables at his teachers and threatened kids. I let him talk, but inside started to feel extremely uncomfortable. I was constantly checking around the street, but found there wasn't a single person to be seen. He continued to ask me uncomfortable things, like if I was a virgin, and how he liked to think about classical pieces in his mind while he had sex. I wish I was lying about that, but I'm not. At one point, he picked up a flower and tried to put it in my hair. I declined and pulled away from him. He told me that he liked flowers because he can preserve their beauty even after death. Now at this point, I'm shitting myself. My heart was pounding. I was terrified, but I didn't know how to tell him that I didn't want to go to this waterfall. It's been 20 minutes at this point, and no such place has been seen. I constantly asked him where the waterfall was, but he brushed it off, saying, "We're almost there." Eventually, after about 30 minutes of walking, we got to a random bush track. I'm beyond uncomfortable at this point, and my mind is racing for any excuse not to go in. I suddenly spotted a guy coming out of the bush track, and let me tell you, I couldn't have been more relieved to finally see another human being. I sent the guy a huge, pleading look, and he seemed perplexed. He glanced over at my guitar teacher, but didn't say anything and left. My heart sank. Now let me tell you, the guy actually wasn't lying about the waterfall. It really did exist. But who gives a shit at this point, right? I'm alone in a place I'm not familiar with a guy who is saying some really scary things. I let him walk ahead whilst behind my back I began texting my older sisters to call me ASAP. My phone rang, so I answered the call. My sister is on the line like, "What the fuck is going on? Are you still with that guy? Where are you?" I just faked a wobbly smile and answered, "Hey, what's up?" "What? You want me to come home right now? It's an emergency." Okay. Meanwhile, the guitar dude is watching me carefully. I told him I need to leave, and suddenly his facial expression changed. "Why?" he said in a low, intimidating way. His demeanor did a 180, no longer smiling. "Why do you have to do as your sister tells you?" His big, pale eyes were unblinking. I kept insisting that it was an emergency, but he was not budging one bit. He started demanding that the waterfall is literally right there, and we're so close. At this point, the bush track that we had walked was sloped downward. I was wearing a pair of boots at the time, but was constantly slipping as we ventured down. It had dawned on me that even if I were to run, it was most likely that I would either slip or he would catch up to me very easily. Inside, I'm freaking out like crazy because I honestly have no idea how to get back. So eventually I decide the best thing to do is just agree and get this over with. I weakly agree that we can go and see this godforsaken waterfall only for 5 minutes max, then I need to leave. He suddenly changed back to all cheery again, and he was leading me again down to the waterfall. By now I have thoughts that I might actually die here. If he were to harm me in any way, there would be no one to hear my cries. So when he wasn't looking, I started taking pictures of my surroundings. Random part of the bush track, some distinct rocks. Because my thoughts were, if I were to get murdered here, then maybe, just maybe, the police might find this phone and trace it to me. There are no words to truly express that feeling of, I am going to be murdered. If anything were to happen, would my family be able to find me? No one would ever suspect to look at a place like this. By this time, the sky was getting dark, and the guitar guy insisted on making a fire near the waterfall. I just agreed. He made a small fire, and we just sat in silence, staring at the flames for a bit. I heard a small sigh beside me, but continued to stare at the fire. After about the third sigh, I glanced over at him. He was staring straight at me with his huge, unblinking eyes, the flames making a disturbing shadow over his smiling face. He stayed like that for a solid 15 seconds. He began to scoot over closer and asked if he could give me a massage. I told him no. He then asked if I was cold and tried to cuddle me. So I stood up and said 5 minutes was up, and I needed to leave. He seemed satisfied that we did spend some time at the waterfall, so he agreed to take me home. The whole time back, he was constantly nudging me and asking me why I was so quiet. I was beyond too traumatized to answer. He forced his arm in mine, and we linked arms all the way home. It suddenly started to rain, and he just paused and forced me to face him. He asked me if he could kiss me. For once, I looked him straight in the eyes and said no. He seemed offended and asked why not. It's just a kiss. It doesn't mean anything. I told him no again, and he let it go. We're almost at my house, finally, before he stopped and said, "Well, this is yours." For a second I was confused, but realized he mistook my house for a couple blocks down. I just nodded and said goodbye to him. I walked in the driveway to the front door, waited until he was definitely gone, before I bolted out and all the way home. My sister answered the door, furious and demanding what the hell had happened and why I didn't answer her 50 missed calls. I didn't even have the energy to say anything. I just went upstairs to the bathroom, took a scathingly hot shower, and scrubbed my body clean 3 times. I know this story is extremely long, but trust me, this wasn't even all the creepy shit this guy said to me. He continued to send me messages and call me, but I ignored him. He began to grow angry and demanded for his book back. I eventually told one of my friends who was mortified at what happened. She said to just ignore all his calls. I did have little comfort in the fact that he thought I lived a couple houses down, but was terrified every time the doorbell rang as I pictured one of my family members answering it to find him at the door with a knife to kill us all. My friend had insisted on going to the cops, but what was the point? I was 18, and technically he didn't do anything illegal. After I blocked his number, that was the last I'd ever hear from him. It took me another 5 years to recover from the trauma, though never completely. Disclaimer: I am completely aware that this story involves me being very stupid and careless. I'm not going to inject these acknowledgments into the story, but rest assured that in hindsight, I am aware of the foolishness that took place. Now, where to begin? The year was approximately 1998 or 1999. I was a young gay man in my early 20s, living in a medium-sized city in the Midwestern US. This was sort of an in-between transitional time for gay people, where in most populous areas we had enough respect to live openly, but there was still plenty of people who did not like us. It was well before the invention of smartphones, and the internet was still in the early stages of mass adoption. There were large communities online, but it was not yet at that point where most Americans were online. Online socialization consisted of chat rooms hosted by various services like AOL, Yahoo, or IRC servers, and message boards were still in use by large numbers of people. For gay men at the time, it was nothing short of revolutionary. Prior to the internet and to the broader cultural changes, gay men had been stuck looking for fun in secretive and/or shady places due to the inability to freely express ourselves. In the 90s, it was still somewhat risky, but the internet offered a way to talk freely and relatively anonymously without the risk of being outed or worse. For this reason, it really took off in the gay communities, and gay men were a very large part of the user bases for these social platforms. It was suddenly very easy and relatively safe to find dates, friends, or just sex, and it quickly became the norm for a lot of gay men. On the other hand, being such a new tool for most people for communication, we were sometimes blind to the risks. Being an attractive young man in my prime, I made liberal use of the online communities to find dates. That is to say, I had plenty of hookups. My city had a decent number of chat rooms and personal message boards, and I had mostly great experiences. I met the typical assortment of good guys, closet cases, and the weirdos that you would expect. I was an absolute quote-unquote hoe by most standards, but suffice to say that a cute gay guy at that time could generally have a lot more dates than your typical straight person. At some point during this time, I had some brief chat on a message board with a guy from my city. I forgot his screen name, it's been over 20 years, so let's call him Slim Guy 65. This back and forth had happened on a general thread in the gay section, not in private messages, so it was visible to anyone who chose to read that thread. Nothing had come of it, but a week later, I received an email from an unrecognized address. The email basically said, "Hey, I'm not gay and I don't agree with the gay lifestyle. I'm here because my friend met this guy, Slim Guy 65, from the message board, and the guy really hurt him. I don't want to see this happen to anyone else. My friend tried to tell the police, but they wouldn't do anything. I see you're talking to Slim Guy 65, so just be careful and stay away from him." Okay, I thought, that's strange. What does this person mean by really hurt him? Was his heart broken? Did he get beaten up or verbally abused, or what? I responded to the email, asking for clarification on what exactly had happened. I never received a response. I was slightly weirded out by it, but on the other hand, it's an anonymous email from someone who doesn't respond and is vague about their warning. This could be anything. It could be some disgruntled ex trying to mess with the guy. It could be a real warning about some gay bashing. It could be someone trolling who doesn't have anything to do with anyone. I kept it in the back of my mind, but pretty much shrugged it off. Several weeks later, I had a weekday off of work and decided to take to the internet, as was my custom. Lo and behold, I had an email response to a personal ad. It was Slim Guy 65. He was offering to meet at his place to hang out and just have a good time. Wink wink, nudge nudge. I won't go into the details, as I recall there weren't really many details discussed other than small talk and intros that we had done previously. Nothing about this guy was really sounding interesting to me, but I had no other offers on this day, so I decided why not. I'll go see what this dude is about. As I typed my reply, I suddenly remembered the strange email that I had received warning me about this person. I went back and reread it. Still vague, still presenting more questions than answers. Should I take this anonymous warning at face value and just ignore SG65? I decided to go check him out anyway. His address was on a rather busy street in the middle of a dense residential area, not some shack out in the woods, and I can handle myself. If he's weird, I can just nope out of there. Before long, I arrived at the house at the agreed time. It was a duplex-style home, with one apartment on the ground floor and one on the second floor, part of a row of several identical duplexes. It was the middle of the afternoon, there was plenty of traffic on the street, and the occasional person out on their porch or their backyard. I pulled up the driveway to the parking area behind the house, got out, and knocked on the door. The guy that answered was a pretty normal, kind of mousy-looking man, probably in his 40s. Slight, slim build, soft-spoken, looked like just about any guy working in any office cubicle anywhere. Not really my type, but honestly, my curiosity was piqued, and I had nothing better to do, so I stepped inside to take a look around and gauge the situation with the warning email fresh in my mind. I stepped into the back door, into the kitchen. It was very clean, and there was nothing out on the counters, no table, no chairs, nothing. That is to say, it did not look like someone was living there. It had been kept up and cleaned, but was empty. Looking out into the apartment, I could see that it was not set up as a living space. It had a large window with sliding glass that was between the kitchen and living room, and I could see what looked like a large table out in the living room area. SG65 said something like, "This isn't where I live. A friend of mine used to run a doctor's office here and I maintain the building for him. It's private though, we have the place to ourselves." Weird. Okay. He shut the back door and locked it with a keypad deadbolt. The kind you need a key to open, even from the inside, and put his keys in his back pocket saying, "So what do you want to do?" At this point, my danger sense spiked. This is not a normal home, and why is he locking the door like that? It's not necessarily suspect. A lot of people have that sort of lock on their door, and the door has a window in it, so it makes sense even. Still, something is not right here, I can tell, and now I'm locked in. I asked him why he was locking the door like that, which immediately flustered him. He was looking around rather nervously, and his voice was wavery and halting. Not quite stuttering, but almost. He said, well, we don't want someone to come in and interrupt us, right?" Flashing a weak, unconvincing smile. His demeanor and body language were all I needed to confirm that this guy was up to no good, or at least that there was something he was hiding. However, I could tell that I was intimidating him. I wasn't a particularly muscular kid, but I have a larger frame. Like, even when I'm at my thinnest, I still wear size L tops and 36 waist pants, so I look big, which people tend to interpret as me being stronger than I really am. Also, I'm not a tough guy at all, but I have a resting facial expression that makes me look like a thug. People who don't know me often assume that I'm rough or something. I sometimes use this to my advantage while I can, because before long a new acquaintance will eventually figure out that I'm a total wimp. But this was definitely an occasion to play up the tough guy appearance, and I did exactly that. I put on my best steely face and told him to unlock the door, and that I don't want to be locked in here. He looked for a moment like he was going to pee his pants, then said, "Okay, alright, I'll unlock this." He unlocked the deadbolt. "And I'll just lock the knob here." And he turned the little dial that locks the doorknob. That was fine with me. I continued to stare at him until he said, "I'll leave the keys on the counter right here." And he set his keys down near the sink. I was relatively satisfied with that answer. At this point, though, my adrenaline was flowing, and I was almost in full flight or fight mode. But I was stuck, kind of stuck in place. The guy was between me and the door. I was freaked out, but this little weasel did not appear to pose any immediate physical threat to me. I could tell that his pant pockets were empty, and that I was intimidating the living hell out of him. I didn't yet know exactly what to do. Now keep in mind that despite my wordy descriptions, this all happened very quickly without any really long pauses. It had only been maybe 1 to 2 minutes since I had stepped in the door. This all happened at the pace of a conversation. The guy was obviously nervous and trying not to appear so. He said, "Well, let's go in," and walked a wide path around me through the kitchen into what would normally be the living room, and toward the hall to the right from there. I was familiar with this floor layout, it's very common in the area. The hallway would lead to 2 small bedrooms, with a bathroom in between them. I hesitated, thinking that I should just walk out that back door and take off. But really? Now I was super curious. I knew there's no way in hell I'm doing anything with this guy, but I kinda want to see what's going on in here. Also, I'm confident that he can't take me if it comes to a fight. So, I slowly headed toward the living room. It felt like I was walking in slow motion. From the kitchen entrance, I could see a large, rectangular, stainless steel table taking up a lot of the living space. I remember thinking this looks like a surgical table. It looked like it could rise and tilt, and it had a recessed channel running all the way around the edge. In hindsight, I now know what it was. It was 100% a mortician's table. Dude had a mortician's table in there. But at the time, I just thought it looked like some sort of medical table. There were some other office-type cabinets and stuff around, I think, but now all I really remember is the table itself. The large front window looking out onto the street was covered by vertical blinds that were closed. SG-65 said something like, "This used to be a doctor's office, like I said. Come on back here." The hallway revealed the room setup that I had expected. The first bedroom door was closed. The second door was open to a very small, very clean bathroom. At the end of the hall was the other bedroom, which looked like, if the doctor's office story were true, had at one time been converted to an exam room. He said, "We can go in that room if you want. Go ahead and take a look." And he stayed by the other closed bedroom door. The back bedroom door was open, and I could see the walls were covered in a honey-colored wood paneling, the type you might see in a den or office that hasn't been updated since the early 70s. I slowly took a few steps toward that door, trying to be very aware of what Mr. Creepy was doing behind me. He didn't move. When I got up to that room, the first thing I noticed was the door had a keypad deadbolt lock, just like the back door. This room locked from the outside. I wondered if there was a lever on the inside, but I pretty much know the answer to that question without needing to check. I also saw a chair. A non-swiveling, plastic desk chair with thin metal legs sitting near the center of the room. The room had old, dark carpet and those wood-paneled walls. I noticed that the walls were completely paneled with no windows. And I know that room had at least one window, probably 2, so whoever did that paneling went over them on purpose. There was also a phone in there, plugged in, and sitting on the floor. It was an old office phone, probably from around the 80s or early 90s, dingy beige plastic with several buttons to manage different phone lines. It was just sitting there on the carpet near the wall, with the chair at a slight distance facing the phone. There was nothing else in that room. I was standing at the threshold of the room, with one foot slightly in, absolutely not going past that door frame. I looked back at Dude. He was still standing by the other door, just nervously smiling at me, trying very hard to look casual, but obviously very nervous or something. He said something like, "Well, what do you want to do?" Instead of answering, I felt around the back side of the deadbolt lock. Sure enough, nothing there but the smooth wood of the door. It also dawned on me that I did not see a light switch anywhere for the ceiling lamp. Where was the switch? Who knows? It should have just been on the inside of the door, of course, but that original switch was covered by the paneling. He mumbled something about not having the key to that lock. Don't worry about it. I turned back to face the guy and just said, "What is it that you want to do in here?" My skin had gone ice cold, as I realized that I was way, way, way too far into this apartment. I was running through my options in my head. What was this guy going to do? He didn't appear to have any weapon or anything in reach, but who the hell knows what goes on in that place? What are you trying to do? He was almost totally derailed by that. He stammered out, "Some hot man-to-man fun?" With the weakest smile that I have ever seen, looking like he was just a hair's breadth away from panicking. That sounds comical, But really, that sentence was probably the most chilling part of the entire experience for me. It was the way he said it. Like he had to come up with something on the fly, something that would sound plausible, and he failed. Who says that in real life? Hey, do you want to have some hot man-to-man fun? Nobody. It's something you'd see on an advertisement for a cheesy porn site or something. That was it. I said, nope, I want to go, I'm leaving. He said, okay. I quickly walked past him as he flattened himself against the wall to avoid me, and I noped right out through the living room dissection area and through the kitchen to the back door, which was thankfully still not deadbolted. The keys were still on the counter. I let myself out and didn't bother closing that as I saw him slowly coming to the door behind me. I deliberately walked, not ran, to my car. Looking back at the building, I could see that indeed there was a window facing the backyard area from that paneled room, but of course it was covered up from the inside. Dude was shutting and locking the back door, and I left. Heart pounding, skin icy cold, thinking, holy crap, what was that? So, was this guy some sort of killer? Or was he just an awkward, closeted gay guy with access to a sterile-looking apartment with an autopsy/mortuary table? And a windowless room that locks from the outside, with a chair and a phone and no light switch. It's clear to me that the poor soul who walks into that room gets locked in. He probably shuts off the light from somewhere and calls the phone. Other than that, it's anyone's guess as to what actually happens. I assume the friend of the judgmental person who emailed me must have been some kid that got locked in for whatever game ensues. Driving home, at first I thought, of course I have to call the police and tell them what's in that place. But thinking it through, I realized that I didn't really have any crime to tell them about. I went to meet a man for casual sex, and what? He has a room with a chair in it? He has, as I thought at the time, an exam table? The police aren't going to do anything with that story. The guy didn't touch me or do anything to me, and I left. I considered calling an anonymous tip line, but again, what exactly would I report? There was no actionable crime. Also, keep in mind that at that time, while the local police in the city were pretty decent, they weren't especially interested in getting involved with helping out the gays. They would prosecute actual crimes if it was cut and dry, but I heard plenty of accounts of them not choosing to follow up on cases where there was not an easy arrest to be made. I decided not to report anything because nothing would come of it except drawing unwanted attention to myself. Even in retrospect, I think that was probably the most rational choice to make. If this happened today in 2020, the law enforcement would probably be a lot more interested in it. But back then, not so much. So, live and learn. I still drove past that house once in a while during the normal course of life over the next several years, and I'd pay attention to how it looked. The vertical blinds were closed for maybe 5 or 6 years whenever I went past. Then, eventually, the blinds were down, and there were decorative curtains in the windows, so I assumed that the place was eventually sold to someone who actually lived in it. Around 2002, maybe 2003, there was the murder of a young man on the news. He had been found in the next state, which borders on my city, so it's not very far away. I recognized the guy from the gay community, but didn't know him personally. A friend mentioned to me something about the local serial killer. I said, what? He explained that a few young men had gone missing over the past year, each after being at one specific dive bar, and each being found several miles to the north past the state line, and out in the country. The case on the news matched with that MO. My friend told me that the young guy had been at that bar and left with someone that night, and that he had disappeared. The news report didn't mention anything about a gay bar or similar recent cases, of course. I had to wonder if my acquaintance from the internet had anything to do with it. The location of the murders apparently was nowhere near that duplex, or at least according to the story I was told. I never heard of a resolution to that murder on the news, or any official mention of a suspected serial killer other than gossip. My fiance first encountered this thing in 2013. He and his friends were on a camping trip up in the woods in Maine. Middle of nowhere, literally. No houses, nothing for miles. They had a small fire going, but due to the rain it was hard to keep it going. They kept hearing something trying to creep up on them. It was kind of noisy and sounded big, but was only on 2 feet. They started throwing rocks in the direction where they heard the footsteps coming from, and suddenly this thing let out a blood-curdling scream. Nothing any of them had ever heard before. He describes it as something that sounds like a fox, but slightly more human. It went crashing through the woods super clumsily, but kept trying to come back. They had to fend it off for most of the night. The second encounter was about 1.5 years later. He was out on a solo camping trip in Vermont, since that was something that he enjoyed. He heard the exact same blood-curdling scream that he had heard the first time. He was just sitting alone in the dark, looking at the stars with no fire or anything, when suddenly he heard the scream again. He quickly packed everything up and just went home. No hesitation. The third time was tonight. He was supposed to go out to my car to grab us a couple bottles of water when he heard the voices. Due to us recently having someone coming onto our property and stealing from our landlords, he went to investigate. He calls me and tells me to let the dog out. As he was sneaking around, the voices turned into a snarling sound. He quickly stopped, turning off his flashlight, and dropped to the ground. The dog was standing next to him. Suddenly he sees 2 glowing eyes, and it lunges at him. The dog gets excited and starts chasing it. The whole time they're chasing it, it's screaming and running faster than our dog. Even though he was running with a flashlight, he couldn't make out a shape of its body. He says by how far apart the eyes were, it seemed kind of big. He couldn't get a shape or color, besides where its body should be was a slight discoloration of the darkness around it. It kept looking back at him while he chased, and its eyes were just glowing while it screamed. Our dog chased it off into the woods, but luckily she came back. I think it was trying to lure him in by making it sound like voices, but the dog scared it. He said he couldn't get a height because the eye level kept changing from squatting to standing up, and then it started running. Has anyone experienced anything like this? Or knows what this animal or supernatural thing could be? This just happened today, and it still got me freaked out. I was sitting watching TV when movement in the kitchen caught my eye, and I looked up to see my husband, who'd been taking a nap in the bedroom, standing in the kitchen doorway, watching me. He was wearing his MASH PJs. I looked at him and said, "You okay?" He didn't answer me, and just kept staring. I turned to put the remote on mute and pause, so I could see if he was okay since he just stood there silently staring at me. It took me about 2 seconds to do that, but when I looked up, my husband was gone. The kitchen was silent, so I got up and went into the bathroom thinking he went in there. The bathroom was dark and empty, so I turned into our bedroom to see if he was in there getting dressed. I about crapped my pants when I saw him, still laying across the bed, sound asleep, in his jeans and Realtree t-shirt. It dawned on me then that who I saw in the kitchen hadn't been my husband, even though it looked like him, and was wearing PJs that my husband actually owns, but wasn't currently wearing at that time. I can't figure out what happened, or why, or how I saw what I did. If you guys can figure it out, or have a good guess, please let me know, because I'm still unnerved. It was creepy. I was riding my bike down a long road with almost zero vehicles on it. I was in the dedicated bike lane, scooting along as I'd done hundreds of times before down this stretch of road. There's about 3 feet of opening gap between the curb of this road and the bike lane, followed by a 3-foot wide bike lane, and then finally the vehicle lane. Vehicles are not allowed to park in the gap or bike lane unless they're the city maintenance vehicle crews. Vehicles are not allowed to park in the gap or the bike lane unless they're the city maintenance crews that service the road, grass, and noise walls of this particular stretch. Well, this day there was a big blue moving truck parked right on the curb, wide enough to take up the empty 3-foot gap and the 3-foot wide bike lane and spill over into the vehicle lane. I thought, no big deal, as there weren't any cars behind me and I had plenty of space to move into the road to go around it. The spot where the truck was stopped was the only spot on the stretch of road where the shrubbery from the other side of the noise wall was growing into the ground and out the other side. It sticks out like a sore thumb. But anyway, as I was going around the truck and into the vehicle lane, the door to the cab of the truck flew open forcefully right as I was about to pass it. I'm talking like the person that threw it open was trying their best to hurt me and waited for the best opportunity. At the last second, I clenched my teeth, swerved out of the way, and just instinctively swerved back into the bike lane and came to a stop. Angry and full of adrenaline, I screamed at them what was their problem, that they could have killed me, while dismounting my bike and making my way to the truck. This is where it got strange. There was no one inside the truck itself. I went back toward it, and there was no one outside of the truck either. It was really just there, with the door still wide open. There was nowhere anyone could have slipped away to. The noise walls are there to spare the neighboring homes from car noises, and they're about 10 feet tall, and they stretch out for a good quarter mile, with no open gaps anywhere. I went around to the back of the truck, and it was open and empty. Nothing in it, no hiding spots. Just an empty truck and an empty cab. I decided to just jump on my bike and go home. I pushed it out of my head and considered myself lucky to be unharmed. That lasted about a day. I can't help but feel like I was in some moment in time that somehow got stuck. Upon remembering the occurrence, there was almost no sound. No other cars driving by, no birds chirping, no wind blowing on what was actually a fairly windy day. It wasn't until I got closer to my home that everything felt normal again, and I was able to move past it. Now it plagues me that I didn't take a photo with my phone or didn't look for one of those "how's my driving" stickers to report the truck. It's one of those glitches that I'm just gonna have to wonder about forever. Creepy camping experience. So, last summer my then boyfriend, now fiancé, had planned a trip to go visit Hocking Hills, Ohio for a weekend to get away. We both love camping and being away from the craziness that is our lives. So we rented a really cool cabin. If you're familiar with the area, it's set way back, but it's 2 stories, full bathroom, kitchen, living room with TV, Wi-Fi, massage chairs, LOL, etc. And cannot forget the hot tub. So one evening, after a long day of hiking and then celebrating with drinking and eating, we decided to hop in the hot tub. It was getting dark, so we decided just a quick relaxation session and then right back to inside. About 5 minutes into us being in the hot tub, I heard a noise. The way most of the hot tubs sit is facing the woods. Like 3 sides are woods, then one side faces the cabin you stay in. So I heard a crack of a branch, and to my man I kind of froze and looked at him. He laughed a little and said, must be a small animal. I let it go. But very shortly after, these noises started to get closer, and whatever it was started to make a weird crying noise. Kind of sounded like a dying coyote mixed with a snarling dog. It was so weird. It was far away at first, then it got closer and closer and closer. The only reason I knew I should worry was because my guy was not okay about it. Usually he's relaxed, cool, calm, and collected. It sounded like it went from the ground far away to being high up in a tree and right the fuck behind us on the ground. Whatever it was snapped a branch behind my right side. The door to inside was just 3 feet away from the hot tub, so my guy looked at me and quietly said, "Get the fuck inside." I know we were far set back in the woods. It's Hocking Hills. We're close enough to Athens to maybe run across bobcats. But it was so strange and odd. It was like whatever it was smarter than us and tried to sneak up on us. I'm sure it was an animal of some sort. But that was the first and only time that my fiancé has said that's the only phenomenon that I cannot rationally explain. It genuinely scared the absolute fuck out of him. Mostly just because of the sounds. We both grew up in rural areas for part of our lives, and I lived on a rural farm for a few years. And none of these noises were natural to either of us. If anyone has any opinions on what that creature could be, please let me know. The next day we had to check out, so as he was doing so, I decided to explore the little river that was about half a mile away from the checkout center. I videoed all of it because it was beautiful. But as I got closer to the water, there was a bark/growl that came from underneath a rocky area. I immediately booked it because, it was probably a giant-ass frog. But it scared me enough to just dip. The scariest thing that ever happened to me came from the person closest to me. My ex-husband and I were both only 19 when we married. When we first met, everything was glorious. I moved in with him and his family because me and mine were having a lot of trouble at the time, and for the first year, all was golden. Then one day, his stepdad went missing. The police found his body almost a week later, murdered. The tragedy tore through the 3 of them, Nikki, his mother, and sister, with an intensity similar to a massive hurricane. If Nikki's biological father had been present, that might have been one thing, but that piece of human excrement was not just absent, but only made the occasional appearance to steal one of the kids' social security checks from the mail on arrival, and that was usually when he knew no one would be home. When Fiona married Dave, he had become their father. The only father they ever really had. He was their true family. After the homicide, Nikki's whole personality shifted toward darkness. He would rant and rave like a man possessed, and become violent if I didn't do everything he told me to do, no matter what it was. To this day, I have scars from a physical altercation with his sister on being commanded to attack her and having no choice but to do so, for example. The scars make me who I am now, a survivor, but I wouldn't wish what I went through on anyone. Being terrified for your life every single day and never knowing if any given moment could lead to your last is exhausting and traumatizing to say the least. One day we got into it so badly that I told him I wanted to divorce. He kicked me out of my own car at my parents' house and tore out of the driveway, spraying gravel everywhere and leaving puffs of dust floating up toward the sky. I was utterly distraught by the entire situation at that point, completely at my wit's end. Yet for some reason I still loved him, still wanted to make things work out, and for us to be together. So when he called and begged for the chance just to talk things over, of course I agreed, and went outside to anxiously await his return to pick me up. I expected him to have calmed down by the time he arrived. At least, that was what his tone had suggested over the phone. But when I got in the car, the whole vibe felt off. Chaotic. The tension was almost physically too much to handle. We rode in silence for about 5 minutes before he shot me a quick glare and then returned his attention to the road. His dark eyes drilled right through me, their anger giving off a certain glint like that of coal. "You know you're my wife, right?" he asked in a syrupy, sickly sweet voice. "That means you belong to me." I didn't really know how to respond, so I said nothing. My mind turned 1,000 miles an hour, deciphering what he was telling me, though. His level of possessiveness over me had steadily increased in the past 6 months or so after Dave's death, as if he were terrified of me disappearing along with the glue that had held together his tiny little broken family. My subconscious screamed at me that the whole thing had been a ruse, a trick to lure me back into the car. I looked down at my hands in my lap, wringing them together until my knuckles turned red. "I thought you wanted to fix things," I said. He smirked, and my gut went cold. My worst fears confirmed in that twisted, psychotic expression of his. "What do you think this is?" he replied. "It feels like a trick," I told him. He pursed his lips together, his grip tightening on the steering wheel. His shoulders tensed, and his expression grew more malvoyant than ever. "That's because it was a trick," he murmured. "If I can't have you, no one can." Until the moment he said those words aloud, I always thought of that expression as one of those you only ever hear or read in fiction. It never occurred to me that there was a reason that it existed. Someone, or many others most likely, who had heard the phrase and felt the sheer horror that accompanied its implication. In the course of our relationship, I endured punches, kicks, 2 totaled cars, and multiple death threats. A couple of weeks after this incident, I finally managed to get away from him for good. I stayed the night at a friend's house after getting what little things I needed. She lived not far from his grandparents, but I didn't really think anything of it because the neighborhood is one of those upscale, quiet, safe kind of suburbs. We partied most of the night. She went upstairs to sleep around 1 and left me on the couch in the living room watching TV, willing myself to pass out. About an hour later, around 2 a.m., I felt like someone was watching me. I looked over at the sliding doors to my left that led out into the backyard, and there he was. He was standing outside, in the dark, in the rain, watching me and crying with his fists clenched. I felt my eyes grow wide, and I sank slowly down into the leather cushions as if they could make me disappear from sight. I don't know how much longer he was there. When I looked again, he was gone. The next day, my mom came to get me, because he wrecked my car, so I no longer had a ride. He was standing at the corner staring at her as she drove past. We had to get a police escort to take us straight to the station to get a restraining order. I spent the next year getting the divorce straightened out and getting the rest of my belongings that he was trying to hold hostage, like my birth certificate, diploma, and social security card. I spent the next 6 years, even after entering into a wonderful and truly loving relationship, in fear that he would come for me. Even now, 8 years later, sometimes he will still try to contact me through other people or fake accounts on social media. Sometimes the most unsuspecting person is the one you have to worry about. Sometimes all it takes is one tragedy to twist a person completely inside and turn them into a monster on the outside. It was a white, 4-legged thing. I've been watching a lot of creepy encounter videos of this guy telling stories people have written on Reddit. A few of them seemed awfully familiar to the one that I just laughed off at the time, but now I'm seriously wondering if I actually saw something. I've never told anyone this outside of my small friend circle. I'm genuinely curious as to what others might think it is. This happened a few years ago. I'm from Ontario, Canada, and the amount of trails out here is astounding. The set of trails I walk on a regular basis cut through the city I live in and run along the river. There's plenty of wildlife, and on a few occasions I've sat and watched deer along the riverside. Whatever this was, it was unlike anything I'd seen before, even if it was only for a brief moment. It was in the summertime, so my friend Kinder and I were out on the trails while the sun was setting. It was getting dark, and because of how dense the trees and bush are along the trails, it was getting harder and harder to see, even if the sun hadn't set completely. I had my phone flashlight out so we could at least see the trail. I also had some music playing. I had stopped for a second to change the song, and Kinder suddenly goes, "What's that?" after a series of noises broke out beside us. Slowly, I turned my flashlight to the bush off on the left side of the path. The light shines on this large, white figure. It was so white it was pretty much reflecting the light I was shining onto it. It was walking on 4 legs, and it was way too large to be a deer. Too white, too. From what I remember, it had skin. No fur. It wasn't a dog. If I could describe the texture in the short amount of time I had between me looking at this thing and booking it, it was almost rubbery. This was all I could take in before it ran off in the opposite direction of where we were looking. I didn't stick around for very long either. "Same" could have been my last words before the two of us took off running. We joked about it a lot, saying we saw the wraith and that my last words would have been "same." I surprisingly didn't feel any fear right away. The fear didn't set in until after we ran away from whatever it was. Maybe that came from the sudden shock of seeing this white figure running away through the trees and brush. Needless to say, I don't walk those trails at dusk anymore. I saw something tonight. I just got home from my job delivering pizzas in a small town in North Carolina, and my heart is still pounding from what I saw. I just started recently, and this is my first night shift. I hope it was my last. I was going back to the store after a delivery, a little after 9 p.m., when I saw it riding towards me on a bicycle. It looked like a person for the most part, but it was wearing one of those blank plastic Halloween masks like you can get at any store. The mask had a wavy line from the top left, wearer's right, to the bottom right, which separated the mask into a purple half and an orange half. I couldn't tell what it was wearing because it was too dark and the clothes were black. Out of the top of the mask, there was something that could have been hair, but it seemed too strange to me. The hair was at least a foot tall on its own, and the only way I can describe it is as a plant of some sort. It looked like a bunch of tangled branches and vines all sprouting from the thing's head. It was doing a wheel stand all the way down the street toward me without losing an iota of balance. The thing that really tipped me off that it wasn't human, though, was the aura it gave. I couldn't stop looking at it for more than a second. It drew my eyes almost magnetically, and every second I did look at it, the more terrified I felt. It wasn't just my natural reaction of fear, either. This was powerful and evil. My head started pounding. I was screaming involuntarily, and tears welled up in my eyes. I was about to make a turn when I saw it coming toward me, and as soon as I completed the turn, barely able to look at where I was going, the thing disappeared. I turned around to look back down the street I was just on, and it was gone. I was still extremely rattled, panting and whining like a dog, but I knew I had to make it back to the store. I made a slight left onto the long avenue where my store is located when I saw it riding toward me again, still doing a wheel stand. It started out on my right, but rode around me to get on my left as I proceeded toward the store. I was trying my best to outrun it, but it was keeping up with me exactly until it suddenly jumped off the bike onto the sidewalk and caught it without effort. I was still screaming and tearlessly crying this whole time, but I whipped my truck into the store lot, hoping it meant safety. To my horror, I saw a bicycle, not belonging to anyone in the store, leaned up against the wall directly in front of my parking spot. I looked across the street to where I had seen the thing hit the ground and saw that nothing was there. I hesitated to even leave my truck, but I had to complete my shift, so I went inside with my guard up as much as it could be considering how terrified I was. My coworkers were all fine, but there were no customers in the store. That's not unusual considering the time of night, but that meant that the bicycle's owner was MIA. I rubbed my face for a few moments in front of a fan and grabbed my next delivery. I exited the store to discover the bicycle was gone even though I hadn't noticed anyone move it. I worked the rest of my shift until 10 and didn't see the thing again. That's not to say that there was nothing out of the ordinary, but the bike stalker was gone at least. The whole way home, I was unnaturally paranoid. Around every curve and corner, I feared it would be standing in the road waiting for me. I could see it in my head. The vision I had of it standing on a certain bridge on my way home felt so real that I nearly drove into the creek. I'm home now, in what I hope is safety, but I'm definitely still on edge. I've seen a lot of things in my 20 years, but I have never experienced anything like that. I used to live on a large property with a lake, 29 acres of land and heavily forested. I was playing. I was about 11 or 12 at the time, outside by myself, right after the sun had set. I believe this was in the fall, so there were barely any lights to see outside, maybe except for a light on the house about 50 feet away from the swing set that I was on. Behind the swing set were really tall trees. Not many new or sapling trees were anywhere near. I know specifically that there were no trees short enough to have some owl or animal sit in them, because all the trees, pine trees, were mature and taller than my 2-story house. My mom came out to tell me that dinner was almost ready. When she did this, she turned on the outside light on the back porch, illuminating the area so I could see. I was still on the swing set at the time. I start to get up and I turn around, I think to find my flip-flops, when I see 2 bright eyes reflecting the light of the outside light, looking at me from about 20 feet away. The eyes were well above any average human size, about 7.5 feet off of the ground, and they were large. I stopped, stunned and really scared. I was familiar with the woods right behind the swing set, and I knew something unnatural was looking at me. I couldn't see the body, but the eyes looked at me and I tried to get an understanding, and I thought of something massive and humanoid. Bigfoot. Remind you that no animal could have levitated on that spot longer than 5 seconds. Even then, there were no perches or anything there to suspect critters. So to end my experience, I ran inside, locked all the doors, and couldn't think straight for the next couple of days. Let's just say I never played outside on that swing set after sunset ever again. I still think about this, and it chills me. So my boyfriend recently moved to the city and got this room in this student building. To explain, we have 3 different levels, and each level is the same. It has 4 individual doors with individual locks. Each door is a separate room that you can rent. So you share shower, toilet, kitchen, but overall it's kind of like having your own place. More like an apartment than a house. He lives on the 3rd floor, and we recently bought a cabinet for his place. So as we were lifting the cabinet through the front door, the guy also comes into the building with us. We politely let him pass because lifting the thing upstairs is going to take a lot of time. I smile at him and say hello, and then see his face. Legit, then, all my stranger danger alarms start going off. He had this weird smile, like a satisfied, smug kind of grin. He towered over me, and I saw his dirty mustache that barely even was a mustache. That kind of thing 14-year-olds grow. Nothing really is there yet, just here and there are some hairs. Also, his hair looked greasy, and he just looked dirty. I noticed he went to the second floor, lucky for us. Once we get to the stairs, we both agree that he creeped us out, but we try not to judge and just let it go. Like a week or so later, we have a dog over. We go and walk him in the evening, and it was still light outside at this time. As we start to walk back to the building, we spot the creepy guy, and have to pass him because of the way he was walking. It was like he was moving in slow motion, not a care in the world, and again, with that satisfied, smug grin on his face. But that's not what creeped us out. Looking at his face, we realized that there was no way he was sober. He looked so out of this world, very noticeably on drugs. In that moment, the way he walked and the way he looked, I just got really wrong vibes from him. I did not want to be close to him at all, and again my stranger danger alarms were going off. This happened near the city center. My boyfriend and I decide not to walk back with him to the building, so we take another route just to avoid him. And we take our time to make sure that he's in his room before we enter the building. This is the creepiest part. I'll have to give you some background information. 3 weeks before our first encounter with this guy, someone randomly got murdered while he was jogging near the school campus. Stabbed. Died instantly. The suspect had been seen at the time near the campus, and so a drawing of said suspect had been released. But they didn't have him, and didn't really have anything else to work with. Now, just today, my boyfriend and I got back from his work at like 4 in the afternoon, when we noticed someone in a suit standing outside. Didn't really think much of it. Later that night, the guy who lives next door catches me as I just got back from the bathroom, and asks me if we already have a key to the front door. I say, yeah, we do, why? He said that the police had to break the door down, so he was in charge of getting everyone new keys. My boyfriend at this time joins us with the person who lives on the other side of us. I ask what happened. Apparently, the guy who killed the person near the campus lived on the second floor. Legit, my hairs start standing up straight when I hear those words. I ask if he could have been seen, or how he looked. He told me he was tall, black hair with a weird mustache, and looks kind of dirty. It was the very same creepy dude. My boyfriend and I are still in utter shock that we lived so close to this murderer, someone who had walked around near the city center and cooked his dinner in the shared kitchen while he took someone's life. Someone that I had smiled to, said hello, and tried to avoid. So creepy murderer living in the same building, let's not meet again. I work in procurement for a large corporation. I meet with a lot of salespeople. In the industry in my area, people move around to different companies a lot. A familiar person came in. I had done a significant amount of business with him at the onset of my career 10 years ago. I said, "Hi Steve, it's been a while. When did you leave Acme?" He looked confused and said, "I never worked for them." I let it die, and everyone chalked it up as mistaken identity. The problem is that I immediately recognized him. We had spent a lot of time together on a project. His voice and mannerisms were very familiar. I was kind of spooked. Later, I tried to locate my former associate, and I cannot. This happened about 10 years ago. Me and DH were in our early 20s and renting a small flat in a tiny rural village in southern England. This didn't happen to me, but to my DH, who is a very straight-talking, no-nonsense person. I have never known him to lie. He has recounted this story to me a few times over the years and never strayed in the details. Whatever happened is a memory for him. He really believes that whatever he saw, he saw. Our home had woods and commons nearby that DH and his friends would play some sort of midnight commando hunting game in. They were out one night when DH came home early, panicked and out of breath. He said that he had been crouching in the bushes alone, but not too far from his friends when he noticed something else, also crouching, through the leaves maybe 10 meters away. It was humanoid in shape, but possibly with longer, leaner limbs. It had silverish skin in the dark. DH couldn't entirely believe what he was seeing and puffed himself up and started walking toward it. He said he got to about 5 meters away, fully expecting to find it was a deer or maybe a homeless person. As he got closer, he was increasingly sure that it wasn't anything normal. It had a humanoid face, and was not frightened of him. He said the thing that freaked him out and made him run away was the fact that it didn't move or run. It just carried on watching him as he ran toward it. When he stopped and looked at it closer up, he turned around and legged it in the other direction and said he heard the thing move too behind him. He didn't look back, but as he was slowing down back towards the edge of the forest, he was quite unfit at the time, he heard leaves rustling to the side of him and saw it again through the trees, still watching him and only a few meters away. He pegged it again, but bumped into a couple of his friends on his way out. He told them to get out of the forest. His friends didn't take him seriously, but did amble back to our house without seeing anything. DH was scared, though, and you can tell the story still frightens him. Maybe he was in paranoid commando hunting mode and making fight eyes with a humanoid-looking tree stump. I don't know. I don't usually believe in these things or like to think about them. I did used to get an extremely creepy feeling from the woods nearby to that. You had to walk through to cut from the train station to our home. I didn't like staying in that flat alone. I also found it strange that there was wild garlic growing everywhere around the edge of our village, the next village, and most of the woods and commons. When we looked into the history of the area, we realized that the big manor house next to the village used to be inhabited by a soldier who survived being shot 28 times and came back to England with a harem of women. I half-jokingly suggested that this soldier was a vampire, and that's what DH saw. But I like to think it was just a humanoid-looking tree stump. Something followed my friend and I through the woods. So this happened years ago while I was still in high school. I'm now 23 and have never shared this story anywhere, and only ever with a select few in person. I live in Missouri, just north of Kansas City. One night my buddy and I snuck out of my parents' house to go smoke. There was a trail that was right by my house and a local elementary school. Never really seen anything out there outside of deer, foxes, coyotes, etc. But growing up we heard from parents and other families that the woods nearby were haunted. The area we lived in was right near an old slave farm, and I never gave it much thought. Being a kid who, yes, believes in Bigfoot, but has never seen any true proof, so I'm still pretty skeptical of stories. Anyways, back to my story. After we snuck out, we made it to the trail. On one side of it there was the back of the house, and on the other side was woods. As we were walking down the trail, it felt like any other time we had done it. For the first 3/4 of the trail, everything was fine. But as we came up to the final bend, my friend slapped me on the arm and pointed into the woods and asked if I had just saw that. I looked into the woods and saw nothing, so I blew it off and thought he was just out of it. So I kept walking like everything was fine while he still had his eyes glued to the woods. At the final stretch, about 50 yards, all canopied over, he slapped my arm again and stopped me. This time with force, so I looked over thinking it was still nothing. I saw a figure of something similar to a human shape, but standing about 8 feet high. The reason I saw it was since the trees by it were shaking. At this point, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me, but I was scared nonetheless. I said that we should keep moving, and we did. But now I too had my eyes glued on whatever it was in the woods. We picked up our pace to a speed walk, and after about 10 steps or so, the thing started to move as well, but on a path that would put it on the trail in front of us before the end. At that point, we looked at each other and immediately started running, like running as fast as we could. We made it to the end of the trail and cut up through someone's yard and into the street. Once there, I looked back toward the trail and saw that the figure was standing on the edge of it. After that, we went back to my house and talked about what had just happened. As a couple of notes, I'm sorry if my story is kind of a run-on. Like I said, this was the first time I've ever shared it anywhere. Also, there haven't been any bear sightings up by my area, but we have had some bobcats and some cougars. Not sure what it was. I don't think it was a Bigfoot, but if it was human, then it had to be some 8-foot tall guy in the woods behind my neighborhood at 2 a.m. I'm posting for my fiancé, who experienced this a few years before we met. He was out at night walking our dog, his at the time, in his parents' neighborhood in southeast Louisiana where we're from. It was dark, and on his parents' street there's only 2 street lamps at an intersection about half a block down from their house, and another at the end of the street a few blocks from them. He got as far as the first lamp when he saw someone or something down the street, hunched over, digging in the neighbor's garbage cans under the next light. He thinks it may have been furry, but he said the color was dark, like black, gray, or maybe brown. He stopped with the dog, and this thing notices them under the streetlight and straightens up. He said suddenly it was between 7 and 8 feet tall, and its legs were bending in the opposite direction that human legs could bend at the knee. It started coming towards him and the dog at a slow pace, so my fiancé noped and turned around to go back to the house. He looked behind him, and it had sped up, so he sped up. And finally, it was full-on running at a lean, and so he took off running back at the house, basically dragging the poor dog behind him, and he could hear whatever it was pounding the pavement. He jumped the ditch, ran through the yard, and into the house. He said sometime after that, he noticed very large, very inhuman footprints in the yard, literally right off the concrete path that leads up to their front door. A few nights later, he went out to smoke around 3 or 4 in the morning, and there were more footprints on the concrete directly outside the door, as if this thing was just standing there, looking in the giant window that was in the front door. Also, this was around the same time that summer when a lot of pets were going missing in the area, as in you couldn't go a block without seeing missing posters plastered everywhere. We have no idea what this thing was, and he never saw it again after that, and animals stopped going missing shortly after. We've talked about it a bunch of times, and have been trying to figure it out for years. Let me start this off by saying that it is imperative that you stay off of the deep web. No matter what anyone tells you, no good can come from using it, and I am about to inform you as to why. I was 15 at the time. I had come home from school on a Friday afternoon ready to relax, kick back, and enjoy the short break. I had started using code about a year prior. Nothing too fancy, just basic Python, Java, HTTP, etc., and was practicing it daily. Now, I had known about the dark web before this took place. I would sometimes buy weed off of it, but that was about the extent. This particular day, however, I decided to venture further and really take a look at the dark web. I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with the iceberg diagram representing the internet's content. For those who don't know, the surface web contains about 10% of the internet's content, while the deep and dark web take up over 90%. I was ready to see what it really held. I heard stories about what goes down on the deep web, murder, inhumane torture, etc. But I didn't really believe that they were all legit. So I hopped on Tor and began to see what I could dig up. I started off by going on the hidden wiki and browsing through various websites, most of which contained illegal things such as drugs, hackers, and hitmen for hire, and lots of CP. I clicked on a random forum link, which took about a minute to load. I wish I could remember the name of it. It was a forum where people could pick a topic that they wanted to talk about, such as politics, dealing with mental health, etc. I noticed one of the topics was a pedo forum, and I don't want to even go into detail on what I saw there. There was one particular one that caught my eye. The link was all in red, while the rest were all black. It said, "Not for the weak, enter at your own risk." Curious as to what this was, I click on the link and it brought me to a forum that had only one other link on the whole page. I clicked that link and it brought me into a chat room. I realized that nobody was saying anything in it, only sending links. This set off alarm bells in my head because I had an idea of what was on those links. I wish that I had listened to my gut feeling, which was telling me to close out while you still can. However, the ignorant, curious teen took over me, and I started setting up some protection for myself using the code that I had learned. I later realized that this amateur coding I did would not protect me from these advanced people with malicious intent. I clicked on a random link and a page loaded surprisingly fast. It looked to be another chat room. I went to type hello or something, but it wouldn't let me. I sighed and began moving my mouse to go to the previous page, when a noise went off. I had received a chat. The message said, "Hello, new user. I see you have found my site. Would you like to continue?" I tried typing again, but I still couldn't. The next message sent chills down my back, and my hands were shaking. It read, "No, son, not the keyboard." I tried turning off my computer, of course, but nothing worked. Another message popped up saying, "I guess I'll take that as a no." The screen suddenly changed, and a video began playing. It was a black screen, but I could hear a deep male voice say, "Unfortunately for you, you do not have a choice." I grabbed a sticky note and put it over my webcam, and the voice on the screen said, "Ah, so we're playing games now, huh?" The video then began to change, and I realized the man was taking his hand off the camera. He was a short man, maybe 5'7" tops, but that brought me no comfort. He held up a knife and said, "Name any body part." I then for the first time noticed a cloth in the corner of the room, covering up something which I could only assume to be a body. I had had enough. I unplugged my computer and lay on the floor panting for hours until I could finally get up. I now suffer from anxiety and won't touch a computer unless I absolutely have to. So back in high school, I was a rather shy girl. This was during or after the recession, and my family had gotten a bit tight on money. Usually I didn't eat lunch, and I had to hide that fact from the staff at the school, so I studied in the library or sat outside on the field behind the school for lunch. Rarely had I ever eaten or sat in the lunchroom. As the school year went on and neared its end, prom was coming up. I never had enough money for a prom dress, so I always turned down any offers to go, simply because I didn't want people to know that I couldn't afford a dress, let alone the ticket to go in. Between classes, when I had to walk through the cafeteria, I noticed that there was a younger boy who would always stare at me. His friends would pat his shoulder, and I read one of their lips one day as they told him to, quote-unquote, ask her. The group of boys just looking and smiling, except for the nervous one who was simply staring at me. I would look away to the floor and grip my textbooks closer to my chest, walking down another hallway. Anyway, I kept finding ways to sort of get past him without him noticing. Now I know this sounds mean, but I didn't know him. I couldn't afford it, and I also felt like he was dark inside. It was like every time I saw him, all I saw was a gray smoke around him, and there was a really uneasy feeling about it. Anyway, prom happened, and I lived right down the street from the high school, so I could hear the music and see all the kids driving down the road or walking to the school in their cool new clothes. As I sat there looking at the lights and the kids, I decided it was stupid to just watch the event happen without me, so I made myself go to sleep. A week or so after prom, I heard other kids in school talking about something, almost whispering. Apparently, the boy who wanted to ask me out to prom, he ended up asking another girl from another school. She said yes, but when she showed up to the house, her dad didn't like him and said that she shouldn't go. The boy then told the girl that he couldn't go to prom with her because something had come up and he wouldn't be going to prom with her at all. Those were his words. The father and the boy talked about it, and the father said that if he paid a portion for her dress, then they could go. The kid went back to the house and cut the screen to the back door with a knife. Then he unlocked it. Her father woke up and asked him what he was doing there, and the boy said, "I came to see you die," before charging at the father with a knife and a shovel. He managed to stab her dad 7 times. Her parents subdued the kid, and he was arrested and released on a $10,000 bond. The rest is history. So that's my prom night story. Oh yeah, and the dad did survive, which was great. About 30 seconds ago, I was sitting on the couch as my dog walked by to go sit on our bed we have behind the L part of the sectional. She had something small caught in her throat last night, I think a popcorn shell, so I was paying attention to her breathing just to make sure that she got it out. For a few minutes, she was breathing fine, and then what sounded like a light snore started happening. This is semi-normal for her depending on what position she's laying in, so I didn't bother to go over and check. That went on for about 5 minutes, until the most disgusting, and to my now realization terrifying, snore, cough, wheezing sound started happening. I go over to her to make sure she's okay, and the exact moment I looked at her bed, the sound stopped, mid-breath, and she wasn't there. She was outside with my parents. Had been for around 30 minutes. There's no way to get out of the room without walking right past me. I don't know whose fucking dog I saw, or what was making that creepy-ass sound 5 feet away from me. But I'm going to be staying outside for the rest of the day, and hiring an exorcist. In the early 2000s, when I was 4 or 5 years old, my parents had just gotten through divorce, and my mom started dating this guy. He would come over to our house regularly. Things didn't seem that bad at first, but he actually drank daily. This was something I didn't understand yet at my age, but yeah. So this guy wasn't all that bad with my sister, who was 2 or 3 at the time, but he took some sadistic interest in hurting me. He would arrive at our house almost every day, and the first thing he would do was take off his belt and start beating me with it. This got to the point where I would hide if I knew he was coming. As for why my mother didn't leave him then, he threatened to kill us if she did. Now, this one incident is burned into my memory. On one random day, he had found a nice little cardboard box. He picked me up and shoved me into said box and sat on top of it. My mother was doing the dishes, and I assumed she couldn't hear me screaming for her as I peered out of the box's handle hole at her back, before he covered the holes with his hands. I screamed for a good few minutes as this asshole just laughed about torturing me. The only reason he got off the box was that I had a small screwdriver in my pocket that I used to stab him right in his ass cheek. This got him to fly up off the box, and pissed him off because he wasn't having fun anymore. He picked me up again and carried me off to my room, where he proceeded to beat me with his belt. Then he left me in my room after taking my lamp and locked my door. I was afraid of the dark, so I cried and screamed some more. I did so until he finally left, and my mother came and opened my door again. The random beatings would go on until he eventually got in trouble for something and ended up going to jail. Sometimes I think maybe my mother called the police on him. He called my mom from jail and told her that if she found anyone else, that he would kill her, me, and my younger sister. We ended up moving 3 cities over, and as far as I know, my mom never heard from him again. This guy is almost single-handedly responsible for several of my long-term phobias, and as an adult now, I'd kick his ass if I saw him again. This all happened very recently. I'm a young woman who works late nights at a bar in a city, but I live in a rural area outside of town. It was a very slow night, so we closed early and one of the bouncers walked me to my car. I didn't particularly notice anyone following me while I was on the main roads, just a normal sprinkling of traffic. I first noticed them when they turned onto one of the super small roads that leads toward the area where I live. It was strange because people rarely pull off onto that road at the same time as me, as it isn't very populated at all. But as soon as we were on the winding and unlit road, they began to behave strangely. They'd flash their bright lights at me, and then ride my bumper until they were practically scraping it, and then pull really far back away. I tried speeding up and slowing down, but that didn't seem to matter. When we came to the first intersection, they turned on their signal to go right, but when I went straight, I watched them in my mirror turn the nose of their car to the right, pause for a few seconds, and then follow behind me. This continued for a while. At the next intersection, I signaled left and waited until they did too, and then quickly turned right, and of course, they followed. I then called the cops and told them I was headed toward a gas station I knew to be opened and was the only place remotely nearby that might have people at it since almost nothing is 24-hour right now. They said they dispatched police to meet me there, and I tried to focus on driving slowly so that I didn't beat them. When I got to the gas station, I pulled into the little turn lane, which made the car pause and then quickly step on the gas and squeal around the corner. I only really had time to glimpse at the general look of the car and the driver's face. They were alone and very weird looking. Incredibly pale, like albino pale, with short, equally pale hair. They were completely androgynous, at least from what I could see, and they stared at me for a second before bolting away. The police took like 20 minutes to arrive after that. Typical. So I just sat in front of the gas station and watched the road for cars with my doors locked. The police said there wasn't anything they could do. My general assumption was that it was a patron from work, but we'd had so few customers, I feel like I would have recognized them. I don't understand why they would have followed me the full hour, only to begin making themselves that obvious. Strange storm drain encounter. Hello, Internet. I recently had a strange encounter with something in a storm drain and would like to see if you guys could help identify what it was. What happened? Okay, so I work at a movie theater, which means we closed the building down at about 1:30, 2 a.m. So once the building was closed, a couple of co-workers and I decided to go to a hill across town that had a view of Nashville. We hiked up the hill, and once we got to the halfway point, they headed back to the car to drive up the hill faster, and I continued up alone. When I got to the top, a guy was hiding in a bush and shouted, "What are you doing here?" at me and started to run after me. Now, I know you're probably wondering where the creature comes in, and that is about to be revealed. So I ran down the opposite side of the hill towards a church and lost the guy tailing me. He went after my co-workers instead. As I reached the bottom of the hill, I found an open drainage pipe for the storm drains. It had bars covering the front at about 1 foot 6 inches apart, and decided to hide down there. I made a couple of turns and ended up about 3 or 4 streets from where I went in. The drain was about 5 feet high, so I could move quickly with only a little bit of a hunch. I decided I was going to wait a little bit to make sure I was safe, so I took my phone out and started to scroll through social media. After about 15 minutes or so, I heard what sounded like a rock getting kicked down the tunnel coming from deeper in. So I turned my phone's flashlight on to investigate and saw a pair of eyes reflecting back just on the edge of the light. The eyes were about 6 inches from the top of the tunnel. The rest of its body was in mostly darkness, but I could tell it was human-shaped. But I wasn't sure if it was bending over like I was, or if it was a shorter creature with a big head. We stared at each other for what felt like a minute, and it started moving quickly toward me again. Once it started moving, I took off back the way I came and ran to the church where my friends were waiting for me, and we left pretty quickly after that. I haven't been back to that hill since, but my coworkers and I are planning to all go down the drain together on Halloween just to see what happens. So me and my girlfriend went to Eagle Nest, New Mexico to do some salmon and trout fishing, but by the time we got settled in, it was already too dark. So I had the bright idea to go hiking in the dark, with only flashlights provided by our phones. So I checked Google Maps and saw they had some trails along a river in the Cimarron State Park. We went along Toby Trail and went around half a mile up and decided to turn around because we started hearing noises and felt a little uneasy. As we were heading back, my girlfriend stopped and listened and said she swears she heard something. She shined her light toward the forward part of the trail, and I did the same. We both saw some huge, gray figure that was way bigger than a bear, and we just bolted. We ran for about 20 seconds, maybe 30, and looked back, and it was still keeping up with us. It then makes a horrible, deep sound that was about the mixture of a sheep, goat, and ram all at once. We make it back to my truck safely, but then we decide to pull back up to the gate to the trail to see if it was still there. But we see a man on a horse that we didn't notice when we were running back. He never asked us what we were running from or yelling at, and the horse was brown, so it couldn't have been the horse that we thought was the creature. We're both so confused as to what it could have possibly been. We didn't notice any eye reflection when we shined the light towards it, and I swear it made no noise when it was following us. It didn't look like a Wendigo or a skinwalker. It was way too large. We saw something we can't explain. About a year ago, I was out back with my family. It was around 8 and the sun was setting. We lived in a farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. The closest neighbor was far away. Something down in the field kept catching my eye, but I ignored it at first. My sister saw it too and kept looking out towards the trees. She was getting freaked out by it. My mom said to go investigate, so me and my sister started to walk across the field towards the tree line. Big mistake. It's hard for me to describe. This was the most terrifying thing that has ever happened to me. I didn't see it at first, and I didn't understand why my sister was so scared. Until we were about 100 yards away. When I saw this creature. Tall. Probably around 8 or 9 feet tall. White, humanoid. With an elongated head. And no face. It had long arms and peeked out around the trees. We stopped in our tracks. We couldn't tell what it was. It took a few steps further out of the trees and swayed back and forth at me like a praying mantis. Me and my sister ran screaming back to the house where my mom stood, jaw dropped. She saw it too. I have never been so scared in my life. We grabbed the binoculars and watched this terrifying creature peek in and out of the tree line, spying on us. My grandma thought we all had a wild imagination. The sun was almost gone now, and it was getting really dark, and the darker it got, the more the thing moved. Back and forth along the trees. It was terrifying, so we went in for the night and locked everything up tight. I couldn't sleep that night. I was hearing scratching on the roof, and at one point a very loud bang and various noises coming from the barn. I was very afraid that I would wake up to my animals missing. The next morning, my grandma asked if we had heard the loud bang outside that night. She ended up taking my grandpa with her on her morning walk. I have no idea what it was, and it haunts me to this day. Lately, I've been dreaming about pretty weird stuff. I can't remember everything, of course, but I'm going to try to explain it to the best of my ability. About 1 week ago, I started dreaming more often and I could remember them clearly when I woke up. But after about 2 days, some inconsistencies popped up. At the end of the dream, I would start hearing weird noises. This, of course, didn't bother me until 2 days ago when I woke up very early, about 6 in the morning, and the sound was still there. I jumped out of bed and turned on the lights and noticed that my window cover, a sliding cover since my roof is slanted, was pretty much wide open. My window is right under a streetlight, so I always close it because I need complete darkness to sleep. When I jumped up and turned on the lights in my room, the sound immediately stopped. It's hard to explain the noise, but it sounded like the flapping of a piece of clothing against the window. I'm pretty sure that it shouldn't have happened because that's my only window, and there is never any draft in my room. I decided to just go downstairs and forget about it since I was probably still just half asleep. This is where it got weird. I have a little decorative Captain America shield on the desk in my room, which is next to the door. This is important. I started dreaming normally, superpowers and stuff, until I somehow made it back to my home in my dream, and in my dream I sat down behind my desk with the door open. When I look out of the door from my desk, I see the closet doors from across the hall. In my dream, I remember that I started to fall asleep behind my desk, and I could see out of the corner of my eye that the closet door started to open. When I looked up and blinked, it was all normal again. This happened once more. But the third time I looked up, and the closet door kept opening. So I got scared and threw the Captain America shield at the closet door. In my dream, not in real life as far as I know. And then I jumped out of my bed, scared. When I turned the lights on at, again, 6 in the morning, the shield was gone, and lying on the floor next to me. I was very sure that that shield had been on my desk when I went to sleep. Before the pandemic, I was visiting West Canada, just exploring caves, when I'm pretty deep inside of one, perhaps 70 meters in. I get to this pretty tall section of cavern, and then I hear it, a scuffling noise. I put it off, thinking that it was just some rocks moving. I turn off my headlamp, and then I see them. These two glowing eyes. Glowing yellow eyes. So I turned my lamp on again, and what I saw this time was terrible. There was this grayish thing. It looked humanoid, but its arms and legs were too long and splayed out weirdly. Its claws were long, and they looked like they could easily slice through Kevlar. Its teeth were long as well. Its skin was super tight around its ribs and spine. I could see its bones. It screeched a horrible noise. I had to cover my ears. I look back, and it's gone. But I hear this low growl. Well, I felt it more than I heard it. So I start slowly heading back, and it starts moving toward me, so I start running. Pretty close to the exit, I could see the sunset. I felt its breath on me. As soon as I reached the exit, though, it pulled back. Bystanders said they saw it too, that it ran away like lightning. I'm never going to those caves again. My grandparents have the cattle farm that little kids' fantasies are made of, complete with Native American burial sites and a creek running all the way through. The kind of place that you explore with your siblings and cousins until you are called back for dinner at the very last possible moment. My oldest cousin used to scare the rest of us by taking us into the back pasture where my grandfather had dumped the bodies of all the dead cattle. It was effective. The ground was littered with carcasses, new and old. The smell was overwhelming, and in my child's mind, this was some sort of hallowed ground to be revered and feared. A few months had passed since we went to the graveyard, and it was spring. We went to the farm as usual that weekend, and I took off into the pastures, books and blankets in tow. I loved going out and pretending that I was the first to discover a place, like most kids. I went past the creek and the tiny island where I usually pitched camp, and decided to go all the way back to the tree line, in the back pasture. I figured that the scariest thing there were the fat, old, bloated cows waiting for a vulture to strike, and I would be well past that. When I finally got to this newly cultivated spot, I remember being so happy to be so far away from the farmhouse. There were always my 3 little sisters and 5 to 8 cousins running around, not to mention the chickens, dogs, and adults. I spread my quilt on the ground and sprawled out, soaking in the sunshine, and eventually fell asleep. The next thing I remember is the sound of horses, like in the woods. Did I mention the backwoods of the back pasture? I woke up and saw 2 men stop their horses, about 6 feet shy of the fence. They looked to be about 40. I was 13. I looked at them as they stared me dead in the eye while they dismounted. In a split second, I was running for that farmhouse and screaming for my grandfather, wishing I wouldn't have ventured out quite so far. I never did find out who they were. When I was 16, I started dating this 20-year-old. It was a very bad relationship in which I was cheated on and treated like crap, but that's another story. Anyway, after my 17th birthday, I finally dumped him and got him to leave me alone. A couple months later, I was on Skype with one of my old friends around 1 a.m. All of a sudden, I hear tap, tap, tap on my window. Now, my bed is right next to, kind of underneath my window, and my bedroom is on the other side of the house from my parents. I asked my friend if he had heard anything, and he said no. A few seconds later, tap, 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 and he said yeah, that he had heard that. I agreed, ended the Skype call, and ran to my parents' room. I woke my mom up, and after telling her why I woke her up, she stopped being angry, and we tried to see if anyone was outside the house. No dice. So I slept in my parents' bed with them. At 17. The next day, my dad had apparently seen vague shoe prints outside my window. It happened twice more, and after the 3rd time, my mom called the non-emergency police line and was suggested to put up a motion light and/or a security camera. We put up a motion light that day. I've yet to hear knocking on my window since the light was put up, and it's been 2.5 years. I'm about 95% certain that it's my psycho ex, because he would come to my window between 1 and 3 a.m. when we were together sometimes and knock. Also, one of my friends who had mutual friends with my ex said that my ex was in the area. He lived about 30 miles away from me, the nights when the knocking happened. So for my cheating asshole of an ex, let's not meet again. It is not uncommon for me to have dreams about shadow people, or to have sleep paralysis. On this particular night, I had a dream about a red marble, and that an entity was tied to this said marble. I felt that I had to protect this marble and keep it away from people who were trying to get it. The marble bounced out of my hand, and I told the entity to roll it back to me, which it did. Here is the weird part. I remember in my dream picking up the marble, but all of a sudden I was staring up at the ceiling. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see a shadow person approaching, and it started to lean over me, looking down. At this point, I have no idea if I'm awake or if I'm dreaming, but I remember saying over and over again, "Leave, leave, leave, leave." But the voice started to sound deeper and deeper and not like mine at all. My boyfriend sleeping next to me shook me awake, and I sat up, calmed down, and went back to sleep. In the morning, I asked what had happened, and he said that I was talking in my sleep and that I had said a sentence that was all jumbled, so he couldn't make out what I was actually saying. This made me feel weird, because if I did sleep talk, I would have thought it would have been one word, over and over. I remember in my dream feeling uneasy and scared. Does this sound like I was visited? Or was it just a really bad case of sleep paralysis? Edit. I also forgot to mention that I told my mom about the dream, and what time that it had happened, and she said that she had had a terrible dream and woke up screaming around that same time. We sleep on different floors, so I didn't hear her do this, but she doesn't remember her dream. This happened around 12 years ago when a group of teens and a few adult chaperones went to a youth conference that was being held at the casino in Minneapolis. Being teenage girls, my friend and I met these guys and decided to snag. I'm native, so that's like hooking up. We stayed out past our curfew and walked around the casino with them, venturing to the golf course. If you've ever been here, the course is huge. We walk over a few small hills that blocked the casino light, and it was moonlit, so we could still see pretty well. One of the guys stops and says, "What's that?" So we follow his gaze and see this extremely tall, white, almost glowing figure loping along the next hillside. It looked like the aliens you see on TV, tall and slender, but instead of being green, it was completely white. None of us made a sound as we watched it for a few more seconds, when it turned suddenly and started coming in our direction. We immediately took off running and didn't stop until we were back inside the casino. We all had tears in our eyes, and we didn't talk about it after that. I don't remember even telling our chaperones and friends because we got in so much trouble when our group found us. I definitely believe in each tribe's ghost stories, though I never asked anyone about this particular area. This probably isn't the scariest of stories, but it still worries me how badly things could have gone. It was the end of a long night, nearly 10 p.m., and all my friends had just caught the last train home. 13-year-old me was standing in Hamilton Central train station waiting on my mom to come and pick me up. The bus bay was near enough deserted, and there were very few people milling about. I wasn't particularly concerned about being alone at night. I did this every week after hanging out with my friends. I'd been standing there for about 15 minutes when an older, mid-30s, seemingly drunk man approached me asking for 50 pence for a bus. I told him I didn't have any money, and he wandered off to ask the other people around at the shop. He returned a few minutes later and stood beside me, occasionally looking me up and down. Despite my age, I was around 6 feet, and always looked about 16 or 17, and was pretty used to guys in their 20s hitting on me, but this guy was different. He wasn't saying anything. He was just leering at me, and alarm bells were going off left, right, and center in my brain. Just as I opened my mouth to ask him if he needed anything, he started babbling away, asking about how long it would take to walk to Glasgow, as he needed to get there before 10, or the police would put him back in jail. Instinctively, I asked him what he had been in jail for, and he gave me the biggest grin and starts telling me about how he had quote-unquote found someone fingering his bird, and so he messed him up. Long story short, he caught his girlfriend cheating on him and killed the guy. He continues like this for a few minutes, then starts moving closer to where I'm standing. I was nearly blacking out with fear, as I was completely defenseless if he were to decide to stab me or take me. Luckily, just as he got within my personal bubble, my mom pulled up, and I bolted to the car and made her drive home as fast as she could. Last week, at the end of a long shift at a historic hotel, I saw a glimpse of a petite woman with a blonde bob and long beige coat staring up at a wall. It resembled a former manager who had worked there pre-COVID shutdown, but after a second I remembered that she wasn't back to work yet. When I realized this and looked back to where she was, no one was there. My coworker and I quickly scoured the area, but it was vacant. I wrote it off as a benign spirit, as I've experienced some friendly activity there over the years. She just seemed curious or lost. However, I was talking with this former manager on the phone a couple days later, and she told me that she'd just had a dream that she was back working at the hotel and described exactly where she was in the dream. It was the precise location where I had seen the figure. Now, I'm not sure what I believe. My dad used to work at a homeless shelter. He usually helped them find jobs and things like that. When I had to go with him, they left me in a room with a bunch of Disney VHS movies with some printout coloring pages and a bunch of colored pencils. So, a lot of these people were drug addicts or recovering, that or schizophrenic. I was there because my dad left something there, but I wanted to go to my room, which the nice lady called the room. My dad was talking to this woman outside the door, which was closed. Then the door locks. All I could hear was screaming and crying outside. The knob shook, and I walked over to unlock the door, but my gut told me that if I did, it would not be good. So then a guy began to bang on the door, screaming for me and calling me baby girl. I didn't know what to do when I heard a very loud gunshot, followed by my dad screaming for them to stop shooting due to me being behind the door. He stabbed the woman who had used her keys to lock me in that room, and she did not make it. I was okay, but in the end I just remember a very nice cop opening the door and covering my eyes while they took me outside to an ambulance. R.I.P. Miss Rose, and thank you for saving my life. I am eternally grateful. Homeless man, let's not meet again. About a year or two ago, I was in my room sleeping. I was on my side facing the wall, with the closet in it. I don't even remember waking up. I was just all of a sudden propped up on one arm, still on my side, staring at the closet. I couldn't move either during this event. So as I was stuck staring at the closet door began to open, and I heard whispering coming out from within. I couldn't make out whatever was being said, but when the door was open almost fully, I saw a light grayish, off-white humanoid figure standing in the doorway. I still couldn't move, and then just like that, the figure was gone. The closet door shut, and I was wide awake, laying on my side without any memory of lying back down. It's important, I think, to note that I never felt any fear during this event. I didn't have any kind of emotional response at all. I was just watching what was happening. Any explanations for what it could be, paranormal or not, is appreciated. Also, I've never experienced any kind of sleep paralysis before this or after, and this has never happened again. So basically, me and my friend were messing around until he informed me about a part of the web so messed up and dangerous that it's illegal. I kinda thought he was bluffing, but asked to see anyway. I can't remember how he got there, but somehow he did, because he said he went on there for laughs and gags. When we got on there, everything seemed normal, until he started to see things with titles like military-grade lasers or military-grade integral silencers. As we got further in, we started seeing more things like drugs, and of course more illegal weapons. We finally just quickly scrolled through stuff since we didn't really see anything that piqued our interest, until we came across a website or something titled Daycare for Kids. When we clicked on it, we saw what looked to be a room covered in feces and blood with a caged mic in the middle. We got so scared, we closed out of the browsers as fast as possible and never went back.